Okay, teams, we're going to go ahead and start the drivers meeting if you want to come out to the field. Yep. Teams can just come out to the field. Our field supervisor, Calvin. Yes, they can. I will talk loud. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Alex. I'll be one of the FTAs for this weekend with you guys. Also is going to be Alexandra. We also have a few other people that we want to introduce. Gary Vashel will be our head referee for today, and then we have a few field supervisors, Calvin, Jason, and Tom, will be helping us out for this weekend. So as the FTA, our goal is to make sure that you guys are able to compete to the best of your ability. So if you have any issues whatsoever with your robot, whether that be in the pit or on the field, get one of us and we can help you out. We'll be able to help you out with figuring out whatever issues are going on. We just ask when you come out to the field, when you're ready, or when you come out to the field, just connect your driver station to the network, get the robots powered on as soon as possible, so that way we keep the flow of matches going. Yep. So the big thing for today is we only have 12 teams, so we will try our best to make sure people have time to work on the robot. If you need some extra time to work on your robot, just let one of us know so that way we can extend it out a little bit more. We have 10-minute cycles, so that will hopefully try to lessen the burden on you guys for having to come out to the match. And if you have a back to back and need that extra time, let us know and we'll make sure that we can accommodate so that way we aren't stressing you guys out and making sure everyone's having a good time. So unlike the on season, since this is an off season, we're here to just have fun. So just keep that in mind for today. And again, if you need anything, just come find Alexandra or myself and we'll be able to help you out. So safety is our number one priority. So make sure when you're coming to the field, you're using the gates to come in. Be careful crossing under the truss. Wait for the green lights to say that it's safe that you can come onto the field. If the lights don't stay safe like they are now, the only way that you'll be able to come onto the field is if myself, Alexandra, or Gary take you out to the field. Make sure you have hook and loop tape on the bottom of your driver stations. Robots impacting the driver station may cause it to fall off. If you think your driver station is going to fall, that's fine. You're more than willing to try and catch it. Use safety when you're moving between the barge and through the cages. Every driver station has an E-stop and an A-stop. So the E-stop is going to be the gray button, so that's your standard E-stop, and then the A-stop is the button that will just disable the autonomous. In case anyone needs EMS, I'll be the medical person for today, so I'll usually be hanging out at the scoring table. So if you need any medical attention, just come find me, and I'll be able to help you out, or anyone of the key people running the event can help you locate me. We want to make sure everyone's able to fully participate, so if anyone needs any accommodations, let us know, and we'll make sure that we're able to provide that for you. The last thing for today is it is going to be extremely hot, so please make sure you're keeping hydrated. Drink plenty of water, Gatorade, something to keep you hydrated. We don't want anyone passing out or having heat stroke. So next thing is Wi-Fi. Please, if don't have any wireless access points turned on or anything like that, we want to make sure that robots are able to compete. The queuing process, the big thing with queuing for today is when you're bringing your robots on and off the field, please make sure you're going across the masonite and do not go on the tarp. So robot carts should be staying on the masonite at all times. The flow is just going to be a circle around the field. So for getting on and off, you'll just go in a circle around the field to get back to your pit and to come back on to the field. I believe it's going to be a clockwise fashion. Yep, clockwise fashion throughout to get on and off. If you think any of our scoring elements don't meet requirements, make sure you bring it to one of the FTAs or one of the field supervisors, and we'll make sure that it meets the requirement, or if it doesn't, we will get it removed and replaced with one that does. So alliance selection, after all the qualification matches are done, we're going to do a few fun matches between the end of qualification and alliance selection. So just keep that in mind that you will have some time to figure out who you want as your partner. And I don't have anything else unless you guys have anything. So I'm going to hand it over to Gary, who will go over the rest of the script.
Real quick, same rules you've been playing with all year long. So just do the right stuff. I know we got a lot of new drivers, new human players and stuff, so I hope you're a little bit familiar with the rules. We do not want to penalize anybody if we don't have to, but as I say, priority of refs is not to call everything we can. The priority is to call everything that matters. So, Alex mentioned the 10-minute cycles. Because some teams do have back-to-back, or otherwise you'd be playing with the same team every match. If you do not have a back-to-back cycle, please get here a little bit early so that maybe we can start at 3 early, so that if we need more time for match 4, then we got it. Okay? Okay, thanks. Any questions? Have fun, guys.
So I just have one last thing for you guys. So we did replace the sensors with the same sensor model that was used at Worlds this year. So we're hoping that we don't have any more issues. From my understanding, through the 12,000 plus matches that they've been played through, they have not had any issues with these new sensor models. So with that, I don't have anything else to add on, so you're free to go. We'll be starting opening ceremonies in about 5 minutes.
When it's live, mic check. Mic check. 1, 2.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, so after that nice little first video that we had all season, I'd like to ask for everyone's attention down to the field to please help welcome your Master of Ceremonies today, Emma Bustron.
Good morning. Welcome to, what's it called? Oh, that's right, That One Off-Season event. And this year's 2025 First Robotics Competition Challenge, Reefscape, presented by Haas. We want to thank our gracious host, Rockford High School, for their generous hosting of this event in their beautiful facility. We also want to thank Lowe's Plainfield for supporting this event. Give a round of applause for our sponsors. All right, please welcome your referees, led by head referee Gary Voschel. Their rulings are final, and there will be no video reviews. Along with a fair competition, safety is a priority at first. We want you to have fun and be safe at the same time. Here at this event, we'd like to make sure you and your team have a safety plan. Mentors, please communicate your safety plan as a designated meeting place to your team. Everyone here deserves to have a safe, nurturing, and fun experience. If something or someone is making you feel uncomfortable, please find a trusted adult and ask for help. And on the other side of things, if someone has exhibited gracious professionalism to you and your team, celebrate it. Before we power up the robots, please stand for the national anthem and remove all your hats. All right, are you ready to play Reefscape? All right, let's power up the robots and start the competition. The other voice you'll be hearing this weekend is our game announcer. Please welcome Ethan Hansen. All right, let's meet the teams for our first qualification match. On the Red Alliance, we have 3875.
One of your teams from Kentwood, Michigan, it's Red Storm Robotics.
And next to them, we have 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Tri-Sonics.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, we have 4422.
From Richland, Michigan, they're the Twisted Angels.
On our Blue Alliance, we have 503.
Celebrating 25 years in first from Novi, it's the Frog Force.
In the middle, we have 33.
Celebrating the big 3-0 from Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 4967.
Your host team from Belmont, Michigan, it's That One Team.
All right, do we have thumbs up from all our teams? All right, we have thumbs up all around. Drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So already starting our first qualification match. We got Coral scored from all sides as we got 2 and 2 up on the level 4 branches so far. Kentwood puts one down on the level 1 trough for their alliance so far in their autonomous. So now that we're in our driver control period so far, we got a pretty close game between our alliances so far. As it looks like we've got both Twisted Angels and Killer Bees moving to put their own algae into the nets for their alliance, 4 points each for them. As that one team looking to put that piece of coral on the level 4 branches for their alliance. As Twisted Angels open up more scoring positions for the Red Alliance as they put another piece of algae up there for their alliance. We've got the Trisonics and Kentwood's Red Storm trying to do what they can, moving in position to get those corals onto their reef. As you got Trisonics moving in position again. Sink it, got that piece of coral on the level 4 branches. But at the same time, we've got the Blue Alliance already getting that lead back as the Killer Bees have already been putting in work, opening up all the scoring positions on their reef as they accidentally drop that piece of algae out, but they are right back at it, right next to the Twisted Angels as they both get those algae into the net for their alliances, as both that one team and the Frog Force on the Blue Alliance side are still putting in work, scoring that coral while the Killer Bees are opening up positions for their alliance as they decide to move to the other side of the field, going to start taking pieces of algae from the Red Alliance side, trying to drop it off into their own net. As once again, they're right back at it. They've got that one in hand. Twisted Angels once again doing the same click, score both at the same time. 42 seconds left in this match now, as we still got these teams scoring and scoring on their reef as the Trisonics back at it once again on the level 4 branches as the Killer Bees clear out that last piece of algae from the Blue Alliance reef. 28 seconds left, and it looks like we've got the Blue Alliance inching out a lead, but there's still enough time for the Red Alliance to come back into this match, as 20 seconds means that we are now in our endgame period as that algae is still being scored in the net. We are all ready to see if these alliances can get any deep cage hangs. As the Killer Bees are engaged, they're up. They appear to have a deep cage hang for their alliance. As with 3 seconds left, we're seeing if any of these alliances can get any more just in time for the end of qualification match number 1. All right, looks like we've got scores. Oh, I thought we did. You hear the sounds. Oh, there we go. does take that first match. As they set a new high score for the event of 119 to the Red Alliance's 95. And all these Blue Alliance robots come away with 5 ranking points for that win.
All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 2. On the Red Alliance, starting our Red Alliance, we've got 9566.
With their flag in front, one of your other teams from Kentwood, they're the Red Storm Rookies.
And in the center, we have Team 3357.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we have 10421.
One of your rookie teams from Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
On our Blue Alliance, we have Team 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
In the middle, we have 9245.
From Pigeon, Michigan, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
Rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 9106.
One of your other teams from Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
All right, we have thumbs up all around. Oop. Never mind, we have a thumbs down. All right, now we have thumbs up all around. Drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So already seeing action from both sides as the Comets decide to have a little bit of fun in front of their red reef as Laker Dreadnoughts are putting in work as they got 2 level 3 coral during their autonomous period, as now that everyone is moving off to the races. We still got everyone trying to move in the right position, going scoring as NC Gears quickly put a piece of coral on a level 4 branches for their alliance, as that's the first one of the game for either side. As it looks like the Red Storm rookies decide to go and play some defense against NC Gears, but they are already processing that piece of algae as Red Storm rookies decided they want to throw it away instead of into the net, as the Spires decide to do the same for their alliance, as NC Gears are right back at it again, processing another piece of algae. The other human players getting ready decide to throw it into the barge zone instead of into the net, as the Baldwin coated dragons in red are processing that algae for their alliance, as the human player from the Spires is looking to reach up, send it up. They got it into the net for their alliance. Minute and 10 seconds left in this match, and the Blue Alliance is absolutely running away with this match, as we've got all these robots scoring and scoring back and forth, as 92-45, the Laker Dreadnoughts are putting in work alongside the NC Gears as they're trying to open up scoring positions for them. NC Gears drops one off on the level 4, looking to drop that piece of algae into the net. They got it. It's a quick 1-2 for their alliance, as everyone on the Blue Alliance side is still moving around scoring, as the Laker Dreadnoughts are still putting in work onto those the lower branches of their reef, as they need to start working on the level 1 trough if they want to possibly get that coral ranking point for their alliance, as they still have time though. We have the Comets deciding that they wanted to go play just a little bit of defense against the Laker Dreadnoughts, but the Dreadnoughts are undeterred as they're going right back to their station, going to grab another piece of coral. But with 12 seconds left, we are well into our end game, going to see if these alliances can get any deep cage hangs or last-minute end game points. As with 4 seconds left, we're just seeing everyone get those parking points for the end of that qualification match. All right, looks like we got scores. The fish goes down. It's the Blue Alliance that takes that home, as they set a new high score today of 152 to the Red Alliance's 51. And all these Blue Alliance robots come away with 4 ranking points for that win.
All right, let's introduce the teams for qualification match number 3. On the Red Alliance, we have 9106.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
And in the center, we have 4422.
From Richland, they're the Twisted Angels.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we have 10421.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
In the middle, we have Team 4967.
Your host from Belmont, it's That One Team.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 503.
From Novi, it's the Frog Force.
All right, we have thumbs up all around. Let's drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So already we got 5 of these 6 robots moving on the field so far. As a quick 1, 2, 3 level 4 coral scores coming out of our Blue Alliances. NC Gears already puts a piece of algae up into the net during our autonomous. The Twisted Angels do the same as that one team puts a 4th piece of coral on the level 4 branches for their alliance. As Frog Force is already back at it, looking to find a spot to put that 5th piece of coral up on the level 4. They got that for their alliance. That one team looking to almost finish that out as they have those coral needed to count towards that possible coral ranking point if they wish to get it. As NC Gears already processes a piece of algae for their alliance, the other human player sends it up into the net and bounce it out. That is A-okay though, as we have the Baldwin-coated dragons already processing algae for their alliance. As the other human player sends it up into the net, that stays in. That's another 4 points for them. A minute and a half left in this match, and all of these Blue Alliance robots are still putting in work. As Team 9106, the Spires, are still trying to play some defense against these Blue Alliance robots, trying to create a bottleneck going into their coral stations. But the Frog Force is undeterred from that defense as they're going right back at it to level 4. Branches sink it. They've got it for their alliance. The Blue Alliance does have the level 4 branches almost cleared out here as they have one more spot to score there. A minute left in this match as that one team decides they want to move around the defense of Team 9106. Trying to score that coral onto the level 3 branches as Frog Force puts it on to level 2. Another quick 1-2. Make it 3 courtesy of NC Gears for their alliance. The Red Alliance is still holding on in this game as they still have enough time to score more points and possibly come back in this match. As the Baldwin-coated dragons are already in position for a possible deep cage hang though, as the Twisted Angels move back over to their reef, trying to score that other piece of algae, send it up into the net. They've got it for their alliance. As sonar ping and those lights on the field mean that we're in our end game period, as we're seeing if these robots can get any possible deep cage hangs for their alliance, as we have the Baldwin-coated dragons possibly up and hanging for their alliance, as we have the Frog Force and NC Gears looking to do the same with 2 seconds left in this match, and it's that one team on the blue side that is parked and scoring those endgame points for the end of that qualification match. The Blue Alliance winning that match. They set another high score of 186 to the Red Alliance's 71, and that is our first 6 ranking point match here this weekend as they come away with all those points, as your host team, evidently enough, is securing themselves first place with that win.
All right, let's announce the teams for this next qualification match. On the Red Alliance, we have 92-45.
From Pigeon, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
And in the middle, we have 38-75.
From Kentwood, it's Red Storm Robotics.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we have 33-57.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
Over on our Blue Alliance, we have Team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
In the middle, we have 95-66.
Your other team from Kentwood, they're the Red Storm Rookies.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Tri-Sonics.
All right, we've got thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's get this qualification match 4 started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So already at the start of this match, we at least have everyone moving and scoring so far as the Killer Bees drop the first level 4 Coral for their alliance. Trisonics drop the second. The Killer Bees decide to drop another one. They got the third one up there just in time. As now all these robots are moving and scoring around. We got the Comets. Almost got in position for a successful level 4 Coral score for their alliance. Well, we have the Laker Dreadnoughts in position for a level 3. Comets finally get that level 4 Coral for their alliance. Laker Dreadnoughts still right behind, though, moving back and forth, scoring for their alliance as Kentwood's Ren Storm moving over to process that piece of algae for their alliance. As we got both their Red Storm human players sending it up, as the only one of them sends it up into the net, if they actually want to score any points from that one. As we got the Trisonics again moving over towards the level 4 branches of their reef, trying to get in position to score as the Killer Beast put a piece of algae into the net. Quick 1-2 courtesy of the Blue Alliance. 95-66, still moving and processing that algae for their alliance. Putting that up into the net and not out onto the field, going to score those points. As that algae is slowly rolling over, that human player needs to put it up into the net if they want to score anything, and they choose not to. But we still got all these robots moving back and forth, scoring that Coral as the Comets are right back at it once again in front of the Red Reef. Score, got it! Another level 4 Coral on their branches for them. The score is still close enough between these alliances with 50 seconds left, but the Blue Alliance is maintaining their lead as the Killer Bees and the Trisonics moving back and forth from their Coral Station to the Reef. As the Killer Bees already have 1 level 3 score, they're looking to make it 2. Trisonics open up more scoring positions, but the Killer Bees right back at it again, have another piece of coral in hand. Yet another level 3 Coral score for their alliance. 27 seconds left, and the Blue Alliance is running away with this game, though. But it's not too far that the Red Alliance can't try to come back in the last 20 seconds of the match. That's what all those lights and sounds mean. So we're seeing if these alliances can get any deep cage hangs, as it looks like the Comets were trying to do that, but the Killer Bees are right in position. They've got the cage in hand. They're gripped. They're trying to find the right spot. 1 second left, and it looks like these robots are just fine with getting some parking points for their alliances. All right, looks like we're getting to see those scores for that. The Blue Alliance winning that match with a score of 172 to a respectable 140. All of their robots come away with 3 ranking points for that win.
Just to let you guys know, concessions is open upstairs. I repeat, concessions is open, so go and check that out when you have time. All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 5. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 503.
From Novi, it's the Frog Force.
In the middle, we have Team 9106.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we have Team 3875.
From Kentwood, it's Red Storm Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9566.
And once again from Kentwood, they're the Red Storm Rookies.
In the middle, we have Team 9245.
From Pigeon, Michigan, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
Rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 1918.
Hey, from New Wago, it's NC Gears.
All right, we have thumbs up all around. Drivers, behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So we got robots moving and scoring already. But it looks like on the blue side, it's only the NC Gears getting those first successful Coral scores on the level 4 branches. But it looks like the Laker Dreadnoughts are putting in work going on for those lower levels, though. As we did have some attempted scores for the red side, as now the Frog Force is putting in their work. As now it looks like 9106 is trying to move in position to get that piece of coral into their end effector. And now we've got these robots still moving around. The blue side is slowly getting their lead out as they are already working on that coral ranking point for their alliance as the Laker Dreadnoughts and NC Gears still putting in work, going back and forth, as NC Gears is taking care of those high branches. Lakers going for low. It looks like the Red Storm rookies are going to process that algae as they've got to wait for that algae to just roll down the ramp as long as it doesn't get stuck. With a minute and 15 seconds left in this match. And you still have the Frog Force and the Spires still moving around, trying to score those pieces of coral as Kentwood's Red Storm is relegated to just processing algae because they have that piece of coral stuck in the middle of their robot. As now that human player's putting algae up into the net, they got one. They've got 2 scores up there for their alliance. Frog Force once again successfully puts a piece of coral on the level 4 branches though. 45 seconds left, and we have the Blue Alliance running away with this game. But with 38 seconds left in this match, the Red Alliance still has time to keep on scoring and getting more points for them to come back. But it's going to be a tall hill to climb when NC Gears and Laker Dreadnoughts are completely undefended on the Blue Alliance side. With 23 seconds left, they're only growing their lead. Working on that coral ranking point is now that we're in our end game period. We have both Kentwood, Red Storm, and the Frog Force looking for possible deep cage hangs as Frog Force is engaged and looking to get up. They've got it for their alliance. Kentwood's looking to do the same, as with only 5 seconds left, we're going to see if any of these other robots can get deep cage hangs as the Blue Alliance robots do just that before the end of that qualification match. All right, looks like we've got the thumbs up scores. That match. As I said, a new high score for event today of 218 to the Red Alliance's 133, and they come away with 6 ranking points on the blue side for after that win. Dreadnoughts moving up into 3rd. Red Storm rookies moving into 6th, but 8 NC Gears does secure themselves 1st place with that win.
All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 6. On the red lines, we have 4422.
From Richland, Michigan, they're the Twisted Angels.
In the middle, we have 10421.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
Rounding out this red alliance, we have Team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
On the blue alliance, we have Team 4967.
From Belmont, it's That One Team.
In the middle, we have Team 3357.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
And rounding out this blue alliance, we have 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Tri-Sonics.
So should I?
Okay, we got a change to improve our workflow here. So right in front of this spot where we got all the scoring table fun stuff, this will now be the new load in side. So no one shouldn't be crossing through here with their robots or carts. So the scoring table side will be the load in side. And then the other side of the field where the scoring tables are not, that will be the load out side, and that's where all the traffic should be. All right, looks like we've got thumbs up here on the field. Drivers behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go! So then already at the start of this match, we got all of these robots scoring stuff back and forth. We've got 2 pieces of coral on the level 4 branches for blue. Killer Bees, we're trying to do the same for the Red Alliance side.
Okay, yep, that's fine.
They accidentally dropped that out, though. But now that we're in our driver control period, everyone is back at it and scoring as the Twisted Angels move right back over as they're looking to open up some more scoring positions for them. As they grab that piece of algae, they've got it in hand. The Baldwin-coated Dragons on red are also looking to process that algae, but the Twisted Angels are right back in front, going to score that piece of algae in the net. That's 4 points for their alliance. Minute and 50 seconds left in this match. And all of these Blue Alliance robots are still putting in good work, though, as the Comets are right back in position, trying to score onto the level 4 branches. Sink it. They've got it once again for their alliance. The Trisonics and that one team are right behind them, trying to score those level 4 corals for them as well. But it looks like the Killer Bees in red, they're still putting in their work, scoring that algae up into the net as they were trying to open up scoring positions as they got a piece of coral going on the level 4 branches. Sink it. Got it. They've got it. As the Trisonics human player puts a piece of algae up into the net after it gets processed. They've got another one. Minute and 8 seconds left. And a score of 102 to 90 separates these. Oh, scoring already. It's a very close game with now a minute left in this match. As the Killer Bees right now are completely undefended, going back and forth from their coral station to their reef as they just scored that onto the level 3. Twisted Angels, we're trying to move around and do the same thing, but all 3 of these Blue Alliance robots are also completely undefended. So now it's just a game of cycling back and forth, as the Twisted Angels decide that they want to go play some defense against the Trisonics. But we have that one team and the Comets also undefended on the opposing coral station for the blue side, still scoring those points, as it is still a very close game going into our end game period. Is that what those lights and sounds mean? As the Baldwin-coated Dragons are already up and scoring those points, those end game barge points. Trisonics trying to do the same for blue, as we've got the Killer Bees up and hanging for their alliance. But the Twisted Angels also on red. 2 seconds, 1 second, almost had it, but they are just fine with parking for the end of that qualification match.
I don't know who to ask about this.
Mike, check.
Check. Ooh, okay, it's working now. Just as a reminder, we have concessions upstairs. There's a big old sign for it. Just go up the stairs and over to concessions. So don't forget about that.
right, looks like we're ready to see those scores. And Machine did the Red Alliance that wins that match. They take it home with a score of 159 to the Blue Alliance's 137. And 4 ranking points for these red teams make sure that they all move up in the standings.
Just as a reminder, load in for robots is on the side with the tables, the scoring tables. Load out is on the other side, close to that side, where she's waving her hands over there. And all robot traffic should be going across. We don't want robot traffic through here by the scoring table. It gets very crowded. Thank you. We're still missing 2 robots. We're waiting for 9245 and 10421. Yes, I spoke too soon. Correction for the team on the Red Alliance. We're still waiting for 4003. All right, let's meet the teams for match number 7. On the Red Alliance, we have 9245.
From Pigeon, Michigan, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
In the middle, we have team 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Tri-Sonics.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we have team 9566.
From Kentwood, it's the Red Storm Rookies.
Make my way across the field here. And on our Blue Alliance, we have team 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
In the middle, we have 10421.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have team 4967. What
From
team?
That one team. Hey, they're from Belmont, Michigan.
All right, we have thumbs up all around. Drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So we've already got all 6 robots moving so far. As the Red Alliance robots are scoring onto the level 3 branches, as the Laker Dreadnoughts are putting in work on the low branches. Everyone on the Blue Alliance side is just saving their battery power. Now that we're in our driver control period, the Laker Dreadnoughts are still moving back and forth, going and scoring any of those coral that they can, trying to clear out those lower branches for themselves. But it's the Trisonics that are scoring on the level 4 branches. They've got it. The Blue Alliance robots trying to do the same, as NC Gears are still just saving some battery power for themselves. As we have the Baldwin Coated Dragon still looking to process LG for their alliance. As 4967, that one team accidentally drops it off of the level 4 branches, but they do get that piece of LG out to open up more scoring positions for their alliance. As we have all these red robots still moving back and forth and scoring. They are rolling away with this game out of the Blue Alliance's hands, though. As the Red Storm rookies are still processing that algae. And we have the Laker Dreadnoughts and Trisonics still scoring all that coral. As Trisonics move in front of level 4 branches, they accidentally drop it off, but Dreadnoughts put it on the level 3. But they're right back at it. They are still smooth and scoring and scoring. As we have 50 seconds left now, 50 seconds left. And the Red Alliance is comfortably in the lead. So unless the Blue Alliance, they do still have time to come back. But I don't think they have much to worry about, though, as that reef is looking very nice, filled up with all that coral. But the Red Alliance robots still have time if they want to try to get that coral ranking point for their alliance. As it looks like we already have the Trisonics trying to get in position. As now that we're in our endgame period, they appear to be in position. They're just trying to find the right spot where they want to grip on and get that possible deep hang. As the Laker Dreadnoughts are doing the same, they're up, they're reaching up, they got it for their alliance. As that algae is at least still going into the net from their human players. And these other robots are just fine with parking underneath their barge for the endgame. All right, looks like we got these. And it looks like we have no Red Alliance taking this match home, as they win with a score of 164 to 106, and they all come away with 5 ranking points after that win.
All right, let's meet these teams for qualification match number 8. On the Red Alliance, we have 3875.
From Kentwood, it's Red Storm Robotics.
In the middle, who are we? It's Team 503.
From Novi, it's the Frog Force.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we have Team 4422.
From Richland, they're the Twisted Angels.
On our Blue Alliance, we have Team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
In the middle, we have Team 3357.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, we have Team 9106.
Also from Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
All right, we've got thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So now with all these robots moving around at scoring points, we got Coral scores up on the level 4 branches for each side. As the Killer Bees have their second one up there for their alliance. 3 seconds left. They're looking to make it 3 pieces of coral up on the level 4 branches. As that puts them out to a decent lead over the Red Alliance robots, but they are right back at it as the Frog Force going to score that piece of coral on the level 4 branches. The Twisted Angels are already moving in front of their net, going to score that piece of algae up there We have the Comets once again attempting to score on the level 4 branches, but they accidentally dropped that piece of coral. But they're going right back at it as they use that floor arm of theirs to just reach up, try to find the right spot, spin around. Almost there alongside 9106 as they drop it as a quick 1-2. The Bees drop theirs on the level 2 as 3. With that piece of algae in hand, the Bees are already moving right in front of their net. They scored that algae for themselves. 1 minute, 30 seconds in this match is left. And we have the Kentwoods Red Storm going to score that piece of algae on the level 4 branches for them, as the Frog Force is attempting to move their lift down and get that piece of algae in position, but they accidentally roll it all the way over to the Blue Alliance's side, meaning that they have an extra piece of algae to go score in if they wish. Blue Alliance is still maintaining a lead, but the Red Alliance isn't that far behind, though, as we have both the Spires and Killer Bees still putting in work, going back and forth from their coral station to the level 4 branches. The Comets are opening up more scoring positions by just releasing that algae from the reef, but that swift robot coming out of the Killer Bees means that they are right back at it from their coral station, going to score that coral on the level 3. They got it for their alliance. But with 41 seconds left in this match now, and it looks like the Frog Force is moving over to their cages, going to get in position early for a possible deep cage hang. 30 seconds left in this match, and it looks like Kentwood's Red Storm is still trying to do the same thing, but the Blue Alliance is only growing their lead with all of their coral scores, as the Bees once again put a piece of coral on the level 4 branches. The Spires are looking to do the same on the level 3, but now that we're well into our endgame period, 12 seconds left, we're going to see if any more of these robots can get deep cage hangs, as it looks like Kentwood's Red Storm is up, the Frog Force is up, Twisted Angels are attempting to get up, but with 2 seconds left, it looks like the Killer Bees and Comets are just finally parking in their barge zone for the end of that qualification match. All right, let's see if we've got those scores. And it's the Blue Alliance that wins that match, as they win with a score of 119 to Red Alliance's 84, as they come away with 4 ranking points, as 9106 moves up into 7th, and the Killer Bees decide to finish their 3 trifecta by moving into 3rd place. But the Red Alliance robots aren't coming away completely unhanded, as they at least get 2 ranking points.
All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 9. On the red lines, we have 92-45.
From Pigeon, Michigan, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
In the middle, we have team 38-75.
From Kentwood, it's Red Storm Robotics.
And rounding out this red alliance, we have 102. Sorry, read those in the wrong order. 10421.
There we go. From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
And on our blue alliance, we have team 3357.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
In the middle, we have team 1918.
From Newaygo County, they're the NC Gears.
And rounding out this blue alliance, we have team 4422.
From Richland, Michigan, they're the Twisted Angels.
All right, we got thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So already at the start of this match, we got all these robots moving and scoring. On the Laker Dreadnoughts on the red side, put one and Coral on the level 2 and the level 3. They put that piece of algae into level 1 trough by accident, but they've got 4 Corals scored already. They now have 5 pieces of Coral scored just by themselves. As going into our driver control period, all these Blue Alliance robots are looking to change those odds. As 4422 is looking to process that piece of algae for their alliance. Is it got to wait for it to roll down? Is it, guess that we're just going to wait for that algae. As Twisted Angels coming back, they process another piece of algae as the human player sends it up. That's 1 piece of algae, that's 2, that's 4 points each for that algae in the net. But the Twisted Angels, once again, they're right back at it, going to score that piece of Coral on the level 4 branches. As between them and the Comets, they're almost done clearing out the level 4 branches of their reef as NC Gears decides they want to go work on the level 3. The Baldwin Coated Dragons are still making sure that they are processing that algae for their alliance, trying to go for that possible cooperation, trying to help out their alliance as Kentwood Red Storm once again puts a piece of Coral on the level 4 branches as the Laker Dreadnoughts once again are taking care of business on the lower levels. Slower scoring, but that's okay as they got the level 2 score. Kentwood's looking to put another level 3 score up there for their alliance. 56 seconds left in this match. And we've got algae and Coral going every which way as the Comets nearly fall to tall robot syndrome, but that is A-okay for them as they're right in front of their level 3 branches, trying to find the exact right spot as they accidentally miss. But their alliance partners are right back at it, going to score some more points with whatever game pieces they can find. As NC Gears drops another piece of Coral on the level 2 branches. The Twisted Angels trying to do the same for the level 3 branches with 27 seconds left. As this game is getting real close by looking at how these reefs look. The Kentwood Red Storm decides that they want to go for a deep cage hang. As they're in the cage, they're engaged now. They're looking to reach up slowly. They've got it in. They appear to have a deep cage hang for their alliance. As the Twisted Angels do the same for them. We are seeing if any of these other robots can get any deep cage hangs with 2 seconds left. And it looks like NC Gears have just enough time to get up in the air before the end of that qualification match. All right, looks like we're going to see some scores. Blue Alliance that wins that match. They taken home with a score of 190 to 187 as these Blue Alliance robots come away with 5 ranking points for that win. But good news for the Red Alliance is they got the 3 extra ranking points that they could possible after that match, so they are not coming away empty-handed. Mic check.
All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 10. On our Red Alliance, we have team 9566.
From Kentwood, they're the Red Storm Rookies.
And in the middle, we have team 503.
From Novi, Michigan, it's the Frog Force.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we have team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
And on our Blue Alliance, we have team 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Tri-Sonics.
In the middle, we have team 4967.
From Belmont, it's That One Team.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have team 9106.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
All right, we have thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
So with all these robots moving and scoring already, we got the Killer Bees as the first ones to the jump on the field, of going to score those coral up high as they've got a third piece of coral now. 3 seconds left. They almost have time. 1 second. Almost have time to score that last one. As the Tri-Sonics accidentally removed that piece of coral that they had scored on the level 4 branches for their alliance. But that's A-okay as Belmont's That One Team already scoring on the level 4s. Tri-Sonics fixed their mistake right away, as it looks like the Killer Bees are already doing their two-prong scoring coral and algae, as they got that piece of algae in hand, score that coral on the level 2, as they decide to move that piece of algae out so they can get those coral points faster, as they dislodge that other algae for more scoring spots, but they're right back at it, scoring that piece of algae up into the net. Send it. They've got it for their alliance. The Tri-Sonics are already working once again, putting that piece of coral on the level 4 branches for their alliance, as That One Team is already in position, moving over to their reef, going to score on the level 4 branches right alongside the Tri-Sonics, and a quick one, almost 1-2 for their alliance, as 95-66, trying to play a little bit of defense against the other alliance, as they decided they wanted to process that algae instead, as they decide to actually do two things at once, of go stealing the Blue Alliance's algae and playing defense. But A-okay, as they're moving over to the other side's station for some forced cooperation there. As we've got 9106 already. Still trying to play some defense against both the Frog Force and the Killer Bees. But they are both undeterred on the Red Alliance side as the Killer Bees once again put that Beast of Coral on the level 3 branches. They've got one in hand. Moving over, they got one on the level 2 again. Frog Force is still trying to find that right exact spot where they can get that piece of coral into their robot. 28 seconds left, and the Red Alliance is actually running away with this game as the Frog Force decides that they want to start getting in position early. But with 18 seconds left, we are already in our end game period as both the Frog Force and the Killer Bees want to go for a deep cage hang. As the Killer Bees are engaged, they're reaching up, they send it, they've got a deep cage hang for their alliance. Frog Force is trying to do the same for on red, but it looks like it's just the Trisonics on blue that have a deep cage hang before the end of that qualification match. All right, we're ready to see some scores for match number 10. Got the sheet in it. Red Alliance that wins that match. They take it home with a score of 179 to the Blue Alliance's 125, and 6 ranking points for their alliance means that the Killer Bees move up into second place with that win.
Another reminder here, if you have an Ethernet dongle from the field, make sure you try to return it. Again, if you have an Ethernet dongle at your pit that came from the field here, please return it so that we have it, because we don't have any right now. So. All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match 11. On our Red Alliance, we have Team 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
And in the middle on the Red Alliance, we have Team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 3875.
From Kentwood, it's Red Storm Robotics.
And across the field on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4422.
From Richland, they're the Twisted Angels.
In the middle, we have Team 9566.
Also from Kentwood, they're the Red Storm Rookies.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, we have Team 4967.
From Belmont, Michigan, it's That One Team.
All right, we have thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So with all these robots moving, they're already scoring points, but the Red Alliance has 2 pieces of level 4 coral. Killer Bees makes it 3. NC Gears looking to make it 4. Killer Bees trying to get in position for their 5th one. NC Gears going to put up 5, almost 5, but Killer Bees catch it in the end. But that is A-okay, as that puts them out to a pretty decent lead now over the Blue Alliance. But that level 1 trough score appears to be the only score for the Blue Alliance Autonomous. But it looks like that one team, your host, still trying to change that. Scoring on the level 4 branches, they got it for their alliance. The Red Storm Rookies looking to process that piece of algae for their alliance. As that's 6 points for them, and the other alliance sends it up. That's another 4 for them. That one team once again trying to get in position to the level 4 branches alongside the Twisted Angels. They drop it as a quick 1. Twisted Angels need to get in the right spot for another 1 as they got it right there. But the Red Alliance is only extending their lead though, as Kentwood Red Storm is moving around trying to get the algae out of the way of their other alliance partners. As the Killer Bees put another piece of coral on the level 4, NC Gears put it on the level 3. As both of them are right back at it again, scoring on the level 2 and 4 branches respectively. Another quick 1-2, courtesy of their alliance. As that piece of algae gets that into the net for them. Well, with 1 minute, 1 seconds, 1 minute left in play, 1 minute left in play. As we're seeing the Red Alliance only extend their lead against the Blue Alliance. But there's still time for these Blue Alliance robots to keep on scoring points in this match as that one team puts a piece of coral on the level 3. Twisted Angels almost fall to tall robot syndrome, but they are going to put that piece of coral on the level 3 branches and dislodge that algae at the same time. But with the Killer Bees scoring on the level 3 once again, and NC Gears going to score on the level 4 once again. Lead is going to be hard to climb with 23 seconds left. Almost into our end game period. Now we're bust into our end game period. As now we're going to see if any of these robots can get any deep cage hangs. As Kentwood Red Storm looks like they're trying to attempt one for them as they're reaching up in position. They appear to have it for their alliance as both NC Gears and the Killer Bees doing the same. The Killer Bees are up. We have all 3 Red Alliance robots up and hanging on their deep cages for the end of that qualification match. All right, looks like we're ready to see the scores. Match we have the Red Alliance winning it. They come away with a score of 204 to the Blue Alliance's 83, and 5 ranking points for the Red Alliance solidifies NC Gears in first place and Killer Bees in second place.
All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match 12. On the Red Alliance, we have 9106.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
In the middle, we have 9245.
From Pigeon, Michigan, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 503.
From Novi, it's the Frog Force.
And across to the Blue Alliance, we have Team 10421.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
In the middle, we have Team 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Tri-Sonics.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, we have Team 3357.
Also from Grand Rapids, they're the Comets. Okay, I've got a announcement handed over to me. Some weird changes, so we actually don't get out at an egregious time later today. At 12 noon, we're gonna go to lunch. 12 noon, we are going to lunch. Okay, I just got the second half of that announcement. We're going from 12 noon lunch start time to 12:45 is when lunch is going to end.
All right, we have thumbs up all around. Driver is behind the line. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So now we've got 5 out of the 6 robots moving so far, scoring those points. As we've got 2 level 4 coral scores coming out of our Blue Alliance. But we got 3 coral total so far on the Red Reef. Comets are already doing better, trying to get those points. So now that we're in our driver control period, we've already got these robots moving. Everyone's moving now, as we've got both the Comets and Trisonics trying to get in position for a quick 1-2. As the Comets get their successful attempt, Trisonics trying to reposition and do the same. They need to bring that coral back in their end effector if they can, or try to find the right position to get it, as the Comets are going to get their second coral on the level 4 branches for their alliance. Trisonics still trying to find the right position to make it 3. They've got it up there for their alliance. There's 4 coral total up there now for their alliance. But it looks like both Frog Force and Laker Dreadnoughts are already putting in work on this Red Reef. As 9106, the Spires are right behind them, going to score their own coral on the level 4 branches as they try to move in position, send it. They've got it for their alliance. The Frog Force decides that they want to keep processing that algae, as that's 6 and 4 points respectively for each alliance. As look at that, both alliances are processing algae and into the net. As the Laker Dreadnoughts are back in position, going to score that coral on the level 2 branches, getting on low, and the level 3 once again. 9106 trying to get that piece of coral on the level 4. Still trying to move around, find that right position, as their other alliance partners are still putting in work for the Red Alliance. 54 seconds left, and the Blue Alliance has a tall hill to climb if they want to try to come back in this match, as the Trisonics are trying to move around to the right position to go to score that piece of algae, as they decide that they want to just move it out and drop it onto the floor. But another piece of algae is processed courtesy of the Baldwin Coated Dragons, as they're moving over, going to do that same thing again. That's yet another processed algae for their alliance. As we have the Comets still trying to move around, do whatever they can with 25 seconds left. Going to get that coral from the floor and onto their reef, as it looks like both the Frog Force and the Laker Dreadnoughts are trying to get in the right position to getting those end game points on their cages. As it looks like the Baldwin Coated Dragons and the Trisonics doing the same, as 9106 is fine with just parking underneath their barge for the end game, as the Frog Force needs to reach up a little bit more so they can get up and hanging, as the other robots on the field are trying to do the same thing before the end of that qualification match. All right, looks like we've got scores. They win this match. They take it home with a score of 176 to 111, and they come away with 5 ranking points after that win.
All right, you know the drill. Let's meet the teams for qualification match number 13. On the Red Alliance, we have 3875.
One part of this Kentwood Alliance, it's Red Storm Robotics.
In the middle, we have 3357.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we have team 9566.
Rounding out this Kentwood Alliance, they're the Red Storm Rookies.
Heading over to our Blue Alliance, here we have team 4967.
Your host from Belmont, it's that one team.
In the middle, we have team 9106.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have team 10421.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coded Dragons.
Attention teams, just an FYI, we have a few changes to the schedule. So at noon, we will be taking lunch no matter what match we are at. At noon, we will be taking lunch no matter what match. We're going to come back at 12:45 to resume qualifications, as well as we are going to be shortening the schedule, so we will only be going up to qualification match 20. The last change is immediately after qualification matches, we will do the alliance selection before we go into the fun matches. That's all the changes we have. Thank you. Until we make more changes. Teams, the time was incorrect. It will be 12:15 will be the time that we take lunch. Again, 12:15 will be the time we take lunch.
And for lunch, where to go? So if you're a team member, you're going to go to the cafeteria down the hall. And if you're a volunteer, you're going to go past the cafeteria just a little, and you're going to take a left at the next doorway, and that's the volunteer room. So keep those in mind for when lunch is called. All right, we have thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So now at the start of this match so far, we got the Comets successful scoring on the level 4 branches for their alliance, as the Blue Alliance robots are just saving their battery power. It looks like the Red Storm rookies is scoring on the level 1 trough, as Comets get the second one up on the level 4. As now that we're in our driver control period, all these robots are moving and scoring so far. But it's the Red Alliance that is out to quite the lead so far. But it looks like that one team is trying to change that alongside the Spires, as they're trying to score one piece of coral on the level 4. Going to score a almost second piece of coral. They need to find the right spot to score it. They're almost there. But that one team's coming back, as the Spires got that second one up there. A quick 1-2 courtesy of the Blue Alliance robots. As now the algae starting to come into play now. But the Comets score another piece of coral on the level 4 branches as they're moving up. They accidentally drop it out of their robot, but they're right back at it, grabbing that coral from the floor though. But Kentwood's Red Storm still trying to find the right spot, whether they want to open up scoring spots with algae. They do exactly that. They have a piece of coral stuck inside their robot, which means that they are going to have to jitter it out of their robot if they want to keep scoring that coral though. As they're still trying to get the right spot. They got it out of their robot. They could start possessing coral again and scoring it. As the Red Storm rookies decide that they want to keep processing algae for their alliance. As they move on over, they process that algae. That's 6 points for them. Their other team sends it up, 6-4, 6-4, back and forth, back and forth. Comets put another piece of coral on the level 4 branches for their alliance. With a score of 103 to 107, 109, 107. They keep on scoring fast and fast. It is going to be a close match with 38 seconds left. We have 91.06 and 49.67. Still trying to move around and find those right positions to put that level 4 coral. That one team sinks it for them. We have the Spires trying to still find that right position to go and score that for them, though. As the Comets look like they want to move into a different position to try to score those barge points. As now that we're in our endgame period, we're trying to see again if any of these robots get any deep cage hangs. Well, it looks like the Comets are going to fix that as they're moving up. They're engaged. They at least appear to have a deep cage hang anyway. And the other robots are just fine with parking underneath their barge for the endgame. They take that home. They win it with a score of 144 to 132, as 5 ranking points means that they all go positive in the standings.
Just as a reminder to teams, if you have a dongle from the field, please bring it back to the field. You can use it again, but we need it here at the field instead of at your pit. Thank you. All right, by this time you guys know the drill. Let's meet the teams for qualification match number 14. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
And in the middle, we have Team 4422.
From Richland, they're the Twisted Angels.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we have Team 9245.
From Pigeon, Michigan, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
Now across the field to the Blue Alliance, we have Team 503.
From Novi, Michigan, it's the Frog Force.
In the middle, we have Team 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Tri-Sonics.
All right, we have thumbs up all around. Drivers behind the line. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So already starting this match off, we got choral scores coming every which way. But the Twisted Angels and Killer Bees put up 1, 2, 3 level 4 choral so far. Killer Bees making it 4. 2 seconds left. They haven't just enough time to get right in position. And now in our driver control period, we've got these robots already scoring those pieces of algae by themselves into the net. That's 1 each, courtesy of the Twisted Angels and NC Gears. But Tri-Sonics are already back at it, going to score that level 4 choral for their alliance. As NC Gears decides that they want to do the same, going to put that choral up on the level 4 branches alongside their alliance partners. But Frog Force is still trying to find that right position to score that piece of choral that they had, as they need to move around just to the side to try to get that right spot. But the Tri-Sonics are right back at it alongside NC Gears as they spin around, move around, send it. They almost had that piece of coral up there for their alliance. But the Killer Bees once again put that piece of algae into the net for their alliance as they're right back at it from their coral station. They've got another piece of coral on the level 4 branches. Twisted Angels going right over to their red net, going to score yet another piece of algae up there for their alliance. That's the Killer Bees and Laker Dreadnoughts. They got the 2 pieces of their Hopper Alliance at Worlds just going back, forth, going and scoring that coral, proving why they were so good together as they're just extending their lead against the Blue Alliance as they are completely undefended. As Frog Force figures that out, as they decide that they want to go in position to try to get an early deep cage hang for their alliance, as they decide they want to play some defense against these Red Alliance robots. As Frog Force is nearly fallen over, but the Twisted Angels have their climber arms sticking out there. As the score of 92 to 165, the Red Alliance is only growing their lead, but it looks like NC Gears and Tri-Sonics are still trying to bring this game back into their favor. With those Coral scores is NC Gears moving over. Going next, score that piece of Coral on the level 3. They got it. Twisted Angels with a last-minute algae score into the net. As now these robots are trying to get any of these deep cage hangs. As the Laker Dreadnoughts are looking to be in position. The Killer Bees doing the same. As the Bees are up, Dreadnoughts are up, Frog Force is up, and NC Gears are up. Just in time for the end of that qualification match. All right, we've got the thumbs up for scores for this match. They get it with a score of 214 to 134, and 5 ranking points means that the Killer Bees move up into first place with that win. And just as a quick reminder for everyone, lunch will be at 12 noon, and we are going to resume matches at 12:45, which means that if you are in the next match after lunch, you should be queued up and ready on the field before that, so we can get started at 12:45 after lunch.
Just as a reminder, this is the last match before lunch. So we have one more match, and then we have lunch. All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match 15. All right, starting out our Red Alliance, we have team 4422.
From Richland, they're the Twisted Angels.
And in the middle, we have team 4967.
From Belmont, it's that one team.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we have team 3875.
From Kentwood, it's Red Storm Robotics.
And on our blue side of the field, we have team 9106.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
And in the middle, we have team 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Trisonics.
Rounding out our blue alliance, we have team 7245.
From Pigeon, Michigan, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
All right, we got thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Let's get this last match before lunch started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So already at the start of this match, we got all these robots moving, so they're at least scoring points. But the Twisted Angels score a piece of coral on the level 4, looking to put the piece of algae in the net at the same time. 2 seconds left, and the Laker Dreadnoughts are already putting in work on those lower branches. Getting an early start there for their alliance as the Trisonics move in position, going to score that piece of coral on the level 4 branches for their alliance. The Grand Rapids Spires still in position, trying to move around, find that right spot where they want to score that piece of level 4 coral. Sink it, they've got it for their alliance. The Laker Dreadnoughts right behind, scoring once again on the level 3 branches of their reef as that swift robot of theirs moving back and forth, back and forth. The Trisonics doing the same for the level 4 branches on the other side. But now this is the time when these Blue Alliance robots might want to start opening up more scoring positions as the Laker Dreadnoughts immediately do that for their alliance. As they're moving over with another piece of coral, send it. They've got it for their alliance. Minute and 28 seconds left now. And this score is close enough for the Red Alliance robots to possibly come back and win this match. As the Twisted Angels put a piece of coral up high. Kentwood's Red Storm looking to do the same as they've got it. That one team, your host, looking to do the same. A quick 1, 2, 3, courtesy of all of their robots. As they're all going right back to their coral stations, grabbing more, trying to bring this game back in their favor. 1 minute left in play, 1 minute left in play. And a score of 93 to 64. Oh my God, this keeps scoring and scoring. But the Blue Alliance is still holding on to their lead with 49 seconds left in this match. And the Trisonics looking to help extend that lead alongside the Spires as they sink that piece of coral on the level 4. Laker Dreadnoughts go on the level 3. 9106 still moving, trying to score that piece of level 4 coral. They've got it. Trisonics looking to make it another quick 1, 2, but they need to move that piece of algae out of the way so they don't bottom out. The Twisted Angels score that piece of algae up into the net that they had for their alliance. Kentwood's Red Storm looking to get in position early for a possible deep cage hang. As now that we are in our endgame period, we're going to see if these teams can get any endgame cage points. As 9106 was in position, trying to get something for themselves. But it looks like both Kentwood's Red Storm and Twisted Angels trying to do the same as the Trisonics are up. Twisted Angels at least appear to be up for the end of that qualification match.
I have an update on the time for lunch. So instead of coming back here at 12:45, we're actually going to be coming back here 1 o'clock. So 12:45, not 1 o'clock. So that gives you a few more minutes to, have your lunch and things.
All right, looks like we're ready to see some scores. Match is the Blue Alliance that wins. So they take it home in a score of 160 to 113 and 5 ranking points. Means that 9106 moves up into 6th place, 4003 moves up into 10th, and 9245 secures themselves 2nd place with that win. But the Red Alliance isn't coming away empty-handed as they at least get 2 ranking points for that win.
Just as a reminder, we're going to be starting matches at 1 o'clock. And we are only going to match 20 today. We had different plans, but we are only going to match 20. And alliance selection is going to start immediately afterwards. We're going to be starting match 16. So if you are in match 16, please make your way to the field.
Mic check, mic check.
All right, so this is our first match back from lunch. So let's meet the teams from qualification match 16. So on the Red Alliance, we have Team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
In the middle, we have Team 503.
From Novi, it's the Frog Force.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we have Team 3357.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
And across to the Blue Alliance here, we have Team 10421.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
In the middle, we have Team 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 9566.
From Kentwood, they're the Red Storm Rookies.
All right, we have thumbs up all around. Drivers behind the lines. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Coming back from lunch, and it looks like the Comets robot didn't actually finish their lunch. They're doing a nice little dance for us. But it looks like the Killer Bees robot is already putting in work, as that's a third piece of level 4 coral scored for their alliance. And they're just in position for their next one. But all the Blue Alliance robots are at least moving around and scoring, as NC Gears just does drop off that last level 4 coral that they had, as they've scored a third one for their alliance. The Baldwin Coated Dragons do process an algae, as the Frog Force human player sends it up for 6 and 4 points respectively. NC Gears, once again, they swiftly drop that piece of coral up on the level 4 branches, as the Baldwin Coated Dragons decide to clean up house on the Blue Alliance side of the field by keeping on processing that algae. But the Killer Bees are moving back and forth from scoring coral to algae, as they got one in position, open up some scoring spots, score it on the level 2. Moving on over to their net, reach up, send that algae. They've got it for their alliance. As 503, the Frog Force is right behind them, as the Comets are looking to do the same right alongside the Frog Force. As the Comets, they're still trying to move around, find the right position to where they want to score that piece of coral, still trying to get it into their robot, as it looks like The Baldwin Coated Dragons are still at it. They've got a piece of coral in hand. They do score it in the level 1 draw for their alliance as the Gears do put one up on the level 4 once again. 95-66, that's the Red Storm rookies. Do decide that they want to sneak on over to the red side to go try and steal that piece of algae, as they've got one so far. They accidentally bottomed out on that piece of algae as they're trying to right themselves right now. Move around, they have got themselves righted. They're back in this game. As 503, the Frog Force is moving right alongside the Killer Bees. A quick 1-2 of scores on the level 4 branches for their alliance, as the Comets have another piece of coral in position. Still trying to find the right spot to where they want to score that, as they drop it into the center of their robot instead. At 95-66, touches the opponent's cages and accidentally bottoms out on a piece of algae once again. But they're still trying to find the right spot so they can right themselves and score some endgame points, as we have the Frog Force and Comets trying to look for a right spot to get any deep cage hangs, as the Killer Bees slide in just in time for the end of that qualification match. All right, looks like we're ready to see some scores for that last qualification match. The Blue Alliance that wins that match with a score of 162 to 143, as 5 ranking points means that NC Gears moves up into second place. But the Red Alliance isn't coming out of this empty-handed, as they at least get 1 ranking point.
All right, let's meet the teams for match 17. On the Red Alliance, we have team 9106.
One of your teams from Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
In the middle, we have team 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we have team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 3357.
One of your other teams from Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
And in the middle, we have team 9245.
From Pigeon, Michigan, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, we have team 4967.
From Belmont, Michigan, it's that one team.
All right, we have thumbs up all around. Drivers behind the line, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So already at the start of this match, we got 5 out of the 6 robots moving so far. As it's the Red Alliance that's only scoring those level 4 Coral. As the Killer Bees already have 3. As there's still time to NC Gears going to score another one. The Killer Bees got 4 of them up there for their alliance. As now we got 9106, the Spires moving in this match. They're right in front of their reef trying to score that piece of coral that they had in their robot. As they're reaching up alongside the Killer Bees, trying to get that level 4 coral score. As the Bees decide that they want to go scoring that algae into the net by themselves. NC Gears are right behind. They've got it for their alliance. The Laker Dreadnoughts on the other side alongside the Comets and that one team trying to come back in this match. As NC Gears put another piece of algae up there for their alliance. As it looks like, yep, the Blue Alliance still has more than enough time to come back into this match. As that one team is already positioning right in front of their reef, still trying to find the right spot to go and score that level 4 coral. Sink it, they've got it for their alliance. As 9245 is right behind, scoring on the level 3. Comet score on the level 4. Once again, quick 1, 2, 3, courtesy of all the Blue Alliance robots. As NC Gears accidentally missed that last algae attempt from their alliance, but the Killer Bees are right behind, scoring that piece of algae up into the net. As the Spires and NC Gears right back at it to their red reef, going to score on the level 4. Killer Bees score on the level 3. NC Gears right behind, they grab that piece of algae, open up the last of the scoring spots they had open on their reef. They score that piece of coral on the level 3. Open up that algae, they've got it back in there. Comets right back in front of their blue reef, trying to find that right spot. They're going to score that level 4 coral. They've got to find that right spot and in position. Sink it, they've got it for their alliance. The Laker Dreadnoughts and that one team right behind them. As it looks like 9106 is going to try and play some defense against 4967. As they're wisely moving through their own cages and trying to not get stuck on their one red cage. As they're moving through, they need to get unstuck. As there they are, they've got that for their alliance. 22 seconds left, and now we are in our end game, the last 20 seconds of the match. Seeing what last minute scores we can get for each alliance. As NC Gears throws another quick coral on the level 3 branches. Killer Bees do the same, a quick 1-2. Courtesy of their alliance, NC Gears makes it 3. As Laker Dreadnoughts appears to be up and hanging. Killer Bees are doing the same. NC Gears are doing the same. As it looks like it's just that one team for the blue side that's going to park in their barge zone for the end of that qualification match. All right, looks like we're ready to see these scores. Match and the Red Alliance coming away with that match. They take it home with a score of 199 to a respectable 156. And coming away with 4 ranking points, solidifies 9106 in the 6th, Team 33 in the 1st, and moves 1918 back into 1st place.
All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match 18. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 503.
From Novi, Michigan, it's the Frog Force.
In the middle, we have Team 4422.
From Richland, Michigan, they're the Twisted Angels.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we have 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Tri-Sonics.
And on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3875.
One of your teams from Kentwood, it's Red Storm Robotics.
In the middle, we have Team 10421.
From Baldwin, they're the Baldwin Coded Dragons.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 9566.
Rounding out this dual Kentwood Alliance, they're the Red Storm Rookies.
All right, we have thumbs up. Drivers behind the line, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right now we got 5 out of the 6 robots moving so far and 1 successful level 4 coral score, courtesy of the Twisted Angels, as they're already moving to put that algae into the net for their alliance, but it accidentally bounces out and onto the blue alliance side of the field. And now that we're in our driver control period and everyone's moving around, we got the Frog Force going to score up on the level 4 branches. They got it for their alliance. The Trisonics are right behind them as the Twisted Angels are grabbing a piece of coral from their station. But Frog Force is moving right back at it. They've got that one down for their alliance, as there's no defense being played so far. But it looks like the Trisonics wisely moved through their own cages as they look to go try to play some defense against these Blue Alliance robots. But the Red Storm rookies are undeterred as they are moving that algae over to their processor, going to take whatever piece of algae that they can as their other human player sends it up. They've got it for their alliance. 10421 gets into a small collision with the Trisonics as they're moving over to their coral station just to waste that extra second. But 3875 Kentwood's Red Storm Robotics, they're going to move back over to their coral station to grab another piece of coral to score into their reef. But it's all the algae in the world right now going into the red net, scoring up for those points. Minute 7 seconds left, and the Twisted Angels decide to start removing more algae to open up scoring positions into the red net. Send it. They almost had it as it bounces out and bounce again onto the Blue Alliance side of the field. But the Red Storm rookies are once again using their strategy of taking algae from their opponent's side of the field and processing it as their own. But Red Storm is right behind them on their blue reef trying to score. They've got another level 4 coral score. 40 seconds left in this match, and it's close enough that it could be anybody's game as they're almost starting to run out of room into their net as a human player softly sends it up, and it actually stays in the net. That's another 4 points there, as it looks like both Frog Force and the Trisonics in the last 20 seconds of the match are going for a possible deep cage hang, as the Trisonics at least appear to have a deep cage hang for their alliance. Frog Force is trying to do the same as they're giving that cage a group hug. They're engaged, but the Twisted Angels are trying to do the same. We have a potential triple deep cage hang on the Red Alliance side just before the end of that qualification match. It's the Red Alliance again. They have a 133-93 win score, and 4 ranking points goes with them with that win.
All right, let's meet the teams for match 19. On the Red Alliance, we have 3357.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
In the middle, we have Team 503.
From Novi, it's the Frog Force.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we have Team 4422.
From Richland, they're the Twisted Angels.
And on our Blue Alliance, we have Team 4967.
From Belmont, it's That One Team.
In the middle, we have Team 9566.
From Kentwood, it's Red Storm Rookies.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 9245.
From Pigeon, Michigan, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
All right, before we start this match, a reminder that our next match is our last match of the day. So after match 20, we are going to do alliance selection afterwards. So if you don't have a match, if you aren't in match 19 or 20, please send a team representative over here to the blue side of the field, past the blue driver stations. Thank you. All right, we've got thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So now we got all 6 robots moving on the field so far, as Red Storm Rookies almost had it in the level 1 trough for their alliance. But the Red Alliance robots are a little bit better at going for that scoring so far. As now that we're in our driver control period, the Twisted Angels are going right back over to their coral station, or just to try to get rid of some of that algae to open up more places to score for their alliance. As the Comets are going right in front of the Frog Force driver station, going to place that piece of coral onto the level 4. Branches sink it, they've got it for their alliance. Going right back over to their coral station, grabbing those game pieces from the floor. As it looks like 503, the Frog Force, still trying to do the same thing, moving back and forth between their coral station and their reef. As the Twisted Angels are a bit more successful on that attempt, getting that algae into their own net for their alliance. But 95-66, the Red Storm Rookies are processing that algae and processing that algae. As that's 6 points for that process. They have another one in hand, going to move over, sink it. They've got it for their alliance. The Frog Force human player accidentally sends it out of their net, but Twisted Angels are successful in that attempt. Another attempt from the Frog Force human player accidentally bounces it out again. But it looks like the Frog Force robot itself still moving over, successfully scoring that piece of coral on the level 3 branches for their alliance. Comets looking to do the same on the level 4, but they accidentally bounce it off and just barely out of reach of the trough for their own alliance. 53 seconds left. And we have the Laker Dreadnoughts and that one team putting in work over on the Blue Alliance side, as they are completely undefended, going back and forth between their own coral stations and their reef. As it's clear, we got Laker Dreadnoughts scoring on those lower branches, putting in the work to make sure that they can get that extra coral ranking point, possibly at the end of the match. As we have that one team looking to get in position for a possible deep cage hang. With 26 seconds left, they have enough time. It looks like they are almost up in the air. They've still got some of that bumper on the ground. But now that we are in our end game period, we have the Twisted Angels in red going for a possible deep cage hang alongside the Frog Force. Laker Dreadnoughts looking to do the same on blue. As we have the Twisted Angels engaged, they're almost up. They lifting up their arm. The Laker Dreadnoughts are actually up first, but Twisted Angels are right behind. Frog Force, they have 1 second left, and we actually have time for all these robots to go scoring some endgame points for their alliances.
All right, for those teams that aren't in match 20, please send a student representative down to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Again, please send an Alliance representative or a team representative down to the Blue Alliance side of the field. We will start Alliance selection right after match 20. Thank you.
All right, now we're ready to go scores the Blue Alliance that wins that match. They take it home with a score of 159 to 121 and 6 ranking points. Means that that one team moves up into 8th. Red Storm Rookies secures themselves 4th, and the Laker Dreadnoughts do secure themselves 1st place, with the Red Alliances at least coming away with 2 ranking points after that, so they are not coming away empty-handed.
Remember, teams, if you are not in match 20, please send an Alliance representative down to the Blue Alliance side. Right after Alliance selection, we are not going to move into the finals. We are going to move into our fun matches, like our glow in the dark and other fun matches. right. Let's meet the teams for match 20, our last qualification match of the day. Not our last match, but our last qualification match. So on our red alliance, we have 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Tri-Sonics.
In the middle, we have team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
And rounding out our red alliance, we have team 3875.
From Kentwood, it's Red Storm Robotics.
And over on our blue alliance, we have team 10421.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
In the middle, we have team 9106.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Spires.
And rounding out this blue alliance, we have team 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
All right, we have thumbs up for our last match. Drivers behind the line, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So already we got 5 out of the 6 robots moving and scoring points so far. But it's the Killer Bees and Tri-Sonics already putting in work on the level 4 branches of their reef. As the Killer Bees have the 4th piece of coral scored for their alliance. 1 second left, and they almost were in position for that 5th one up there. But the Blue Alliance does at least get 1 in the trough and 1 coral up high, as it looks like NC Gears looking to change those odds as they score another one up there. 9106 is moving in position. Could possibly score that piece of coral on the level 4 as they're almost there. Sink it, they've got it for their alliance. 10421 still moving around. Going to process that algae for their alliance. As so far, all that algae staying in the net as the Killer Bees move right alongside them as I accidentally cast or cursed them, but that is A-okay. As they're right back at it to their coral station. They accidentally have 2 pieces of coral in hand. As they do dislodge that one that they had, so now they're not incurring any more penalties, but they have another piece of algae in hand. That one is successfully placed into the net for their alliance. Kentwood's Red Storm is putting in work with also processing that algae for their alliance, as NC Gears dislodges that algae and puts a piece of coral in the level 4 branches for their alliance. 9106 is still trying to move and find the right position, but they are deciding that they want to go back over to their coral station to grab a piece of coral, but they accidentally have one stuck inside their robot, which means they need to dislodge it or else they'll be relegated to just moving around our defense or saving some battery power, whatever they choose. But with 50 seconds left in this match, the Red Alliance has not missed a beat so far in this driver control period. As we have the Killer Bees once again scoring on the level 3 branches. Tri-Sonics right behind them as they go for a level quick 1-2. Make that 3 courtesy of the Killer Bees and the Tri-Sonics. As 9106 decides to go play defense against the Tri-Sonics. But it's the Killer Bees that have the smooth robot on this side so far. As they're moving back and forth, they're scoring that piece of coral on the level 2. 22 seconds left, and we are close to our end game as now that we are in this period. We're going to see if these robots can get any extra end game points as the Tri-Sonics get a quick grip as they're cage accidentally slips out of their hands, as it looks like they're just going to hang out and possibly go for another one, but the Killer Bees are swiftly up in the air as NC Gears on the other side do the same before the end of qualification match number 20. All right, looks like we're ready to see some scores. And the Red Alliance winning that match. They take it home with a score of 211 to a respectable 185, as 6 ranking points means that all of these Red Alliance robots are moving up in the standings.
Another reminder, please, all teams send a representative down to the Blue Alliance field. Please send a team representative past the blue side of the driver station, or the driver station on the blue side. We need every team to have one team representative down by the end of the blue driver station.
Attention teams, we are ready to start alliance selection. Does anyone here not know how alliance selection works? Okay, we're just going to do a quick little overview. So we're going to take the top 4 teams, since we only have 12 teams. We will call out team number 1. They'll be able to make their first selection. They can decline or not. Go all the way down to number 4. 4 when they pick theirs. Then we will pick 4 will pick again and go all the way back up to 1. So that's, oh, everything's over here. Sorry. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. No ducking under there. Everyone stay on this side. Okay, alliance selection done.
So, okay, now we're ready to get this alliance selection started. We're still trying to run everything like normal. But over here where the number 1 bib is at, let's bring out your number 1 ranked team. 7 wins, 3 losses. Let's bring out team 92-45. That's the Laker Dreadnoughts. And then Alliance 1, when you are ready, 1 student may approach me with their selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You're on the clock.
On behalf of Team 9245 and all of our generous sponsors, we invite Team 33, the Killer Bees, to join our alliance.
Once again, that's Team 33, the Killer Bees. Do you know what your selection is? I'm guessing you know.
On behalf of Team 33, we would love to join your hive.
Oh, congratulations. That's the start of your number 1 alliance. Trying to recreate Hopper over here. And then in the number 2 position, moving up, it's Team 1918. That's NC Gears. And Alliance 2, when you are ready, 1 student may approach us with their selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
On behalf of Team 19 and all our sponsors, we'd like to invite Team 4003 to join us.
4003, that's the Trisonics.
On behalf of Team 4000, Grace Step.
Oh, congratulations. That's the start of your number 2 alliance. And then moving up to the number 3 position, let's bring out Team 9566. That's your Red Storm rookies. And then Alliance 3. When you're ready, 1 student may approach me with their selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
On behalf of Team 9566 and all of our sponsors, we would like to invite 503 to dive into the deep stuff.
Team 503, come on down. That's the Frog Force. Guessing you know what your selection is, but what is it today?
On behalf of Team 503 and all of our gracious sponsors, we happily accept.
Oh, congratulations. That's the start of your number 3 alliance. And then in the number 4 captain position, let's bring out Team 9106. That's the Spires. And then Alliance 4. When you are ready, 1 student may approach us with your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
On behalf of 9106 Spires, we would like to invite 4967 That One.
Come on down, That One team. Then again, 1 student. I have a feeling you know what your decision is, but what is it today?
On behalf of that 4967 and all our sponsors, we gratefully accept.
Oh, congratulations. Then after that was the first selection round. Okay, I mean, if you're ready, we can just. Okay. All right, we got 2-minute timer going anyway. Just in between selection rounds, if everyone needs. If not, we can just. If we need, we can just skip it. All right, that was the end of the 2-minute timer in between selection rounds. Alliance 4, when you're ready, one student may approach us for your selection. Your 90 seconds begins now. You're on the clock.
Half 9106 players would like to by 4831 twisting.
Oh, come on down. 44. Yeah, come on down. Twisted Angels, your tier. Hey, sister T-shirts. What do you say?
On behalf of 4422 and all our gracious sponsors, we gratefully accept.
Oh, congratulations, and that completes your number 4 alliance. And then Alliance 3. When you're ready, one student may approach us for your selection. Your still new 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
Half of Team 9566 and all of our sponsors, along with 503, we would like to invite 3357 to join our alliance.
3357, that's the Comets. I have a feeling you know what your answer is going to be, but what
On
is it?
behalf of Team 3357, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations, and that completes your number 3 alliance. And now Alliance 2. When you are ready, one student may approach us with your selection. Your 45 seconds begins now. You are on the clock.
On behalf of Team 1918 and all our sponsors, Team 4003, we'd like to invite Team 3075.
3875, Red Storm Robotics, come on down.
On behalf of Team 3875 and all our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations. That completes your number 2 alliance. And now Alliance 1. When you're ready, one student may approach us for your selection. Your 45 seconds is already beginning. Come on.
On behalf of Team 9245 and Team 33, we would like to invite 10-4-2-1 join our alliance.
Hey, it's the Baldwin Coated Dragons. Come here. What do you say?
On behalf of Team 10421 and all of our sponsors, we graciously accept.
Oh, congratulations, and that is your complete number 1 alliance. Now we've got all of our alliances formed. We got head ref Gary going to discuss some playoff specific stuff with the alliance captains. So that means everyone with the fancy green bibs on, you got a little bit to talk with Gary about some playoff specific stuff before we get started. And right now that's it. Gary's got his stuff to talk about, and we are all good so far for alliance selection. Congratulations, guys.
All right, but we're not jumping right into playoffs. Oh no, we are going to do some fun matches first. So thank you all so much for the positive feedback on our fun matches. We really loved how much you guys loved this opportunity. So we have 3 types of special matches that we're going to do today. One, we have 2 glow in the dark matches. We have one that's completely silent, no noise. And then we have 2 where we have humans on the field. So we will get those started in just a moment. So we're here to give just a little bit of clarification on these human matches because this might not have been something you've ever done before. So Mrs. Hartley is going to talk about what this human match entails.
Okay, for the human matches, you are welcome to have students on the field, mentors on the field, or a mix of students and mentors. You can also have mentors directing students who are on the field, students directing mentors who are on the field. However you want to mix that up, go ahead and whatever humans want to play the game. So have fun with it.
It's kind of the name. We're calling them fun matches, so we get to have a little bit of fun with them. Also, for safety purposes, during the human matches, we are not going to do any sort of climbing on the barge. No matter how tempting it may be, we're not going to do any human climbing. You can park, you can go in the area, but we're not going to be climbing on the cages here. We want to make sure nobody gets hurt in these human matches. So it is 1 human per team. That human acts as a robot. Now, if you want to have 2 people kind of working together, go for it. But it would probably work best to have 1 person. So pick a person from your team to be your robot for a match or 2. Which team member feels the most robot-y to you? Alright, so our first type of match that we're going to start with is our glow-in-the-dark match. So you can see some preparations are being made so that things look cool under black light. You do not have to change your bumpers for any of these fun matches. We don't care what bumper colors are, so you don't have to worry about that. If you would like to change them, go for it, but for sake of time, I would suggest that you don't. So, besides for certain matches like the glow-in-the-dark one, it's not going to be very easy to tell anyway. So, whatever color bumpers, whatever goes. All right, and you can start queuing if you are in this first glow-in-the-dark match. Please come to queuing. Another safety thing, not for the human matches, but for the glow-in-the-dark matches. While the lights are off, we would like you to remain seated. We don't want any tripping and falling over bleachers in the dark, nothing like that. It's going to be really hard to see, so we recommend that you don't move around in the stands at all. All right, let's meet the teams for this glow-in-the-dark match. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
In the middle, we have Team 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we have Team 9566.
One of your teams from Kentwood, they're the Red Storm Rookies.
All right, give me a moment to get to the blue side of the field here. All right, starting off our Blue Alliance, we have 4422.
From Richland, they're the Twisted Angels.
In the middle, we have Team 3357.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 4967.
From Belmont, it's that one team.
All right. Just a reminder that while the lights are off, we don't want people moving around a whole bunch. We don't want any injuries. We want to be safe here. But we have thumbs up. Go. All right, well, let's get this glow-in-the-dark match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Already starting our fun glow-in-the-dark match, and it looks like that one team's vision is actually working as they're scoring up onto the level 4 branches, as the Killer Beast programming actually comes in pretty clutch. What a fun-looking glow-in-the-dark match is already off to a pretty fun start so far, as now all this is due to all this driver skill, as right now there's one piece of coral up on the level 4 for blue, 2 in red, as the NC Gears is scoring up high into their net with that piece of algae, as the Red Storm Rookies are trying to move around the Killer Bees, trying to maneuver around to get that piece of algae processed, as the Killer Bees are looking to get in position, remove that piece of algae to open up more scoring spots, as they accidentally drop that piece of coral out, but they're moving with that piece of algae. Move up, send it, they've got it for their alliance. This Blue Alliance, though, isn't that far behind, as the Twisted Angels are grabbing that piece of algae, moving on over to their net. They accidentally drop it out and graciously give it over to the red side. But these robots are already putting in work, scoring that coral up onto the level 4 branches, as the Bees accidentally dropped that coral, but they are right back at it, going to score more game pieces. As they're going to score that piece of algae up into the net, it accidentally bounces out and out of the way. With 9566 going to process that piece of algae over there for their alliance. As the NC Gears and the Killer Bees are now in their stride with 56 seconds left. We have both of these alliances going to trade blows of algae into the net. But we have 4967 accidentally bottomed out on a piece of algae over there, trying to play some defense against the Killer Bees. But they're now, once again, in their stride, going to score that coral on the level 3 branches. Back and forth, trying to do it again as they accidentally drop it right in front, but that is A-OK. Right back at it with 27 seconds left. And the score is close enough that this Blue Alliance can come back and possibly win this match, as those lights and that sound means that we're in our end game period now. As you're seeing some last-minute algae scores coming out of 1918, but 4422 is trying to do the same as they lob it up. They send it. They've got it for their alliance. 1918 is engaged on their deep cage, though, as the Killer Bees were trying to do the same, but they are finally just parking for the end game. All right, so that for fun glow in the dark match, it was 111 Wild Stang in red to Blue Alliance's 55.
All right, so this next match is going to be a human match. So we need one human from your team, or at least partly human, you know. Doesn't matter, mentor, student, whatever. Mentors coaching students, students coaching mentors. Doesn't matter either way. But we need one person from each team on the field here, and you're going to act as your own robot. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Hey, humans on the field, remember, you can always reach 18 inches outside of your frame. So you got to run around like this.
All right, so I need one human from each team on the field, on each team, on each alliance. Now this match shouldn't take a lot of setup because you shouldn't have to fix your humans last minute. And we're not going to do anything special for Auton. We're just going to do like we normally do. Yeah. All right, do we have thumbs up from all of our teams? Human teams, I hope you shouldn't have too many technical issues. All right, let's get this human match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So it looks like already at the start of this autonomous period, we've got all these theoretical robots moving and scoring so far, as we already have one score of that algae into the net, courtesy of the bees, and a last second one, courtesy of the Lakeland Dreadnoughts. As they're still moving around, they decide they all want to immediately go for all that algae, as they're already moving into the net trying to score it. Open up more scoring positions for their alliances as all this coral is starting to turn into 2017 with all the game pieces out on the field. Is wow, all these robots are all scoring awfully fast with 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this match, though, as we might even have a new high score for the event here, courtesy of these robots. They're all still moving around. There's 1 minute and 35 seconds left in this match. And we already have Alliance 1 over here still scoring and scoring, as they are only just slightly ahead of our opposing alliance over here in blue. Still moving around, and man, this is some clean stacking coming out of everybody, as this is probably the best scoring out of these robots that I have seen all season. That's now in our off season with 1 minute and 5 seconds left. And it looks like we are almost out of game pieces on the field, as they're not allowed to go D-scoring game pieces. It looks like we've got some robots trying to accidentally play some defenses. There's 48 seconds left in this match, as we already have these robots attempting deep cage hangs, as it looks like we got all 6 robots on the field successfully getting hangs on their cages. With 35 seconds left, they're just saving some battery power for the end of this human match. As we have every single game piece on the field scored for these robots. Every piece of coral, every piece of algae. As now that we are in the last 20 seconds of the match, we are going to see what these other alliances can do. As it turns out, one of the Blue Alliance's robots is actually hanging on a shallow cage instead of a deep cage, so they may not get the same exact amount of points before the end of that robot match.
Give a round of applause for those wonderful human robots. Human robots, can you give us a bow, please? And this is a rare match where both teams win. Yay!
All right, looks like we've got scores for that robot match, and the Blue Alliance takes that match with a score of 310 to 295.
All right. So for this next match, this is one of our different kinds. This is going to be a silent match. You don't get to say anything to your other drivers and manipulators. So we want to hear. So I'm even going to count down silently. And we encourage the audience to be as silent as possible too. So we want to see how quiet we can get this space. So I'm not going to be announcing. I'm just going to be over here to start, and we won't have a game announcer. So you can talk as much as you want before you put your robot on the field, but as soon as I count down, then we're going to all be as quiet as we can. And you're going to see how well you can read each other's minds. And there won't be any game sounds either, so you guys gotta watch those clocks. Yep, a reminder before we start this match, nobody on the drive team can talk, even the drive coach. So you got to figure out all your plans ahead of time and, see if you can read each other's minds. See how well you know your drive team members. Yep, and even us volunteers are going to be trying to be as quiet as possible. So we're going to see how well this works and how quiet we can get this space. All right, let the sound commence. That was pretty impressive. The other way. Oh, wait, robot. All right, let's give a round of applause to all those people, all those teams in that silent match. That was really impressive. Good job, you guys. All right, so our next match is going to be a glow-in-the-dark match. So we're going to turn the lights off again. So same thing as before. Please stay seated if you are in the stands or pretty much anywhere. Please stay where you are. We don't want people tripping in the dark. All right, for our glow-in-the-dark match, on the red lines, we have 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
And in the middle, we have Team 4967.
From Belmont, Michigan, it's That One Team.
And rounding out our
Red.
Black lights are throwing me off. It's Red Alliance. For our Red Alliance, rounding it out, we have Team 503.
From Novi, it's the Frog Force.
And on the other side of the field, on the actual Blue Alliance, we have Team 3357.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Comets.
And next to them, we have 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Trisonics.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 10421.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
All right, same drill as the one before. We want everybody to remain where they are. Try not to move around too much in the stands and things. We don't want people getting hurt. All right, well, let's get this glow match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So now at the start of this glow match, we've already got that coral going every which way, but we at least have successful scores coming out of both alliances. Is that piece of algae that NC Gears was attempting is accidentally pushed out of the net. And now that we're in our driver control period, we have these robots still moving around, going to try and collect those pieces of coral that they want to go score. As we have the Frog Force trying to position right in front of a level 4 spot to go to try to score. As they accidentally miss, but NC Gears right behind them, they score for their alliance. The human player from That One Team puts that piece of algae up into the net for their alliance, as the Baldwin Coated Dragons are still processing that algae back and forth, as it looks like the Comets and the Trisonics over here still moving around undeterred from the defense. Still scoring up on the level 4 branches. As we have the Trisonics in position, score it. They've got it for their alliance as the Comets dislodge that piece of algae to open up more scoring spots for their alliance. As the Baldwin Coated Dragons accidentally bottom themselves out on an algae. We've got their teammates trying to help right themselves and get them back in this game as they got that right now. As the Coated Dragons are right back at it, going to accidentally pop that algae. But they actually have a full unpopped one that they are going to try and process for their alliance. As they're trying to move that popped one. As someone left a little piece of robot barf on the field for us. That's a little board, so that's probably just a bit important for their robot. But with 38 seconds left, these robots are still scoring back and forth, as it is a close enough game where it can end up being anybody's match. As 1918 decides to try and score on the level 3 branches, they've got it. as the Frog Force does the same on the other side of the reef. And now that we are in our last 20 seconds of the match, we're going to see what these robots can do as we're seeing some attempted deep cage hangs for our alliances as NC Gears is engaged. They're going up. They have a deep cage hang for their alliance. All these other robots are trying to do the same thing before the end of that glow match. All right, and for that glow match, we got the red robots winning that match with a score of 125 to 92.
All right, same deal as last human match. We are going to put one human from your team, doesn't matter, mentor, student, whatever, and you can have people at the driver's station telling them what to do, or they can just, free for all. But choose one person to be your robot. All right. Well, hopefully we don't have any connectivity issues, so it should be thumbs up all around. We're closing the ramps. All right, we're going to go early. Let's get this human match started. We're going to do what we even with the gate. Let's get this human match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So all ready for this human match. We've got an algae game happening so far, as these humans are already moving over to the other side of the field, going to take the opponent's algae already. As now that we are in our driver control period, we've got all the algae in the world starting off, as we're slowly starting to see what these alliances can do. As with 2 minutes left, these already got some fast scoring. Well, we already have all the coral in the world for easy access on the Blue Alliance side. Meanwhile, on the red side, they still have to take that extra time to get those coral pieces that could come to bite them later in the match. As some fast scoring out of Frog Force, the Coated Dragons, and Red Storm on red. Still running around trying to score whatever they can. As it looks like the Laker Dreadnoughts have an idea to just go take in the pieces of coral from the other side of the field and going to score it on their own reef, which may put them ahead later in the match with 1 minute and 13 seconds left. And both of these reefs are already both getting filled up pretty fast, as we have some late pieces of coral sitting around hanging out by the Blue Alliance driver stations, as they still have some left to go. The Red Alliance looks like they have a little bit more as well. 52 seconds left. And we've already had penalty flags go flying out of these referees, because it's still scoring and scoring, but man, 39 seconds left, and these are some really efficient robots on this field. They don't seem to have an electric battery. They can go 24 hours. We've even got some pretty clean stacking in the level 1 trough. These alliances, and it looks like we already have all 3 of these Blue Alliance robots going for deep cage hangs, as you still have 15 seconds left to see what these people can do. As we have some deep cages that still aren't scored, and we have all 6 robots on the field going for these deep cage hangs just before the end of this robot match. All right, so that scores for that robot match, and the Blue Alliance wins with a score of 301 to the Red Alliance's 280. Hey, so right after that human match, we're already getting set up for playoff match number 1. We have Alliance 1 in red, that's 92-45, 33, and 10421 in red. And then Alliance 4 in blue, we've got 9106, 4967, and 4422. You should start making your way to the field so we can get started with our playoff matches shortly. All right, now everyone's here on the field. And for everyone still in the venue here, I'd like to welcome everyone to your That One Off-Season 2025 playoffs. Woo! So for our first playoff match here in the upper bracket for match 1, we have Alliance 1 in the red bumpers versus Alliance 4 in the blue bumpers. And over here on your red side, let's first introduce Team 10421. Those are your Baldwin-coated Dragons. And next to them, let's say hello to Team 33. That's the Killer Bees. And then rounding out this alliance, we have your captains, Team 9245. It's the Laker Dreadnoughts. And then swinging on over to the blue alliance side here. Let's first say hello to Team 4422. Those are your Twisted Angels. Over here, we got your alliance captains, Team 9106. Those are your Spires. And then rounding out the alliance, we've got your host team here, Team 4967. It's That One Team. All right, we've got thumbs up around the field. Drivers, let's get ready for our first playoff match in 3, 2, 1, go. As now we've already got 5 out of these 6 robots moving so far. And that's Alliance 1, that's your first one to the jump. We're scoring those pieces of coral all around us. The Killer Bees already have 3 up high. They're looking to make it 4 pieces of coral on the level 4 branches for the number 1 alliance. But not to fret, though, as their number 4 alliance still has time to possibly come back into this match. But your first pick, the Killer Bees on Alliance 1, are already working on throwing that algae away into their net. As the Baldwin-coated Dragons process it, as the other human player sends it up, that's 4 points for their alliance. But once again, the Killer Bees are opening up more scoring opportunities for their alliance by moving that algae from their reef over to their net. As they're right back at it with another piece of coral. They accidentally drop it off, but it does go in the level 1 trough. So they're not going completely out of points just yet, but right back at it, they put a level 4 coral up there for your number 1 alliance, with the Laker Dreadnoughts still trying to move around, find that right spot where they want to put that coral. They got it on the level 3 branches as they decide to go for 1 on the level 2. Bees once again opening up a scoring spot, placing that coral. Moving over to their net, puts it up. They got it for their alliance. The number 4 alliance still has a pretty tall hill to climb if they want to try to even out this match. But it looks like we've got that one team over here in blue still moving around, trying to find the exact right spot where they want to put that piece of coral, as 9106 is looking to do the same thing. As they're right in front of their level 4 branches, send it. They've got it for their alliance. That one team is moving in front of the level 3 branches, but they accidentally drop it out and onto the floor. But they're right back at it over to their coral station with 42 seconds left to try to keep on keeping on. But with 38 seconds left, Alliance 1 is only growing their lead against Alliance 4. As that reef is looking real nice right now, as they're still filling up whatever spots they can for scoring those coral. As the Bees once again put a piece of coral on the level 4, as the Dreadnoughts right behind place it on the level 3. We have the Baldwin-coated Dragons deciding to move in position early, as now that we're in our endgame period, we're seeing what any of these robots can do for any possible deep cage hangs, as the Laker Dreadnoughts look to be in position. They're up. We have the Baldwin-coated Dragons appear to be up. Can we get a possible 3 robot deep cage hang? Yes, we can, just in time before the end of our first playoff match. All right, I've got the thumbs up for upper bracket round 1, match 1. Take a look at these scores that we have. Alliance 1 taking this match. As they set a new high score of 257 to Alliance 4's 107. And while Alliance 1 moves on in the upper bracket, Alliance 4 isn't out of this yet as they move on down to the lower bracket. So, all right, getting ready for our next playoff match here, playoff match number 2. On the red side, we have Alliance 2. On the blue side, we've got Alliance 3. And over here for your red alliance, going to start off with Team 4003. That's the Tri-Sonics. Over here in the center, we have your alliance captains, Team 1918. That's the NC Gears. And then rounding it out, this alliance, it's Team 3875. One of your teams from Kentwood, that's Red Storm Robotics. And moving on over to the other side of the field for your blue alliance side, let's first say hello to Team 503. That's the Frog Force. Next to them in the center, let's say hello to your alliance captains, Team 9566. That's the Red Storm Rookies. And then last but not least, rounding out this alliance, one of your teams from Grand Rapids, it's Team 3357. That's the Comets.
You're staying on the field.
All right, looks like we've got thumbs up around the field. Drivers, let's get ready for this match in 3, 2, 1, go! It's already starting off this match. We got the Comets doing another dance for us, but NC Gears already putting in work on the red side as they've got one piece of level 4 coral for their alliance, as the Frog Force are doing the same. As now that we're in our driver control period, it is 16-13 in favor of red, but there's still a lot of Reefscape left here to play so far. So the Comets are now back in action. They're moving on over, trying to get a piece of coral from the floor so they can move and score that on their reef. As the Red Storm Rookies are trying to find a piece of algae that they can move around and get scored. But it's Kentwood Red Storm that is going over to the other side to go nabbing that algae from the other side and giving it to their own alliance, as NC Gears and Tri-Sonics are putting in work on the level 4 branches of their reef. Already moving over, still scoring on, as once again it's a quick 1-2 courtesy of NC Gears and Tri-Sonics. But over on the blue alliance side, we still have the Frog Force and Comets still trying to do what they can for scoring up on their reef with 1 minute and 19 seconds left in this match, as 503 accidentally bottomed out on a piece of algae, which means they might need a little bit of help from Comets and a little push to almost get back in this game. They need a little bit more help. They're almost back and righted themselves. But it looks like everyone's pitching in to help get the Frog Force back in this match, as they're still just barely bottomed out on this piece of algae. 52 seconds left. There's still enough time to get them back and running in this game, as the Comets are trying to help the Frog Force right themselves, as the Red Storm Rookies moving over to process that piece of algae. As the same thing is happening with the Kentwood Red Storm Robotics, as the Red Alliance is pulling away with this game. But there's still enough time for these robots to score more points and potentially come back into this match. 24 seconds left, and we are almost to our end game period, where we are already seeing the Tri-Sonics go for a early deep cage hang. It's now 16 seconds left. We're already in. The Tri-Sonics are up and hanging for a deep cage for their alliance, as it looks like NC Gears is trying to do the same thing, as they're almost in the position where they want it. But it looks like Kentwood Red Storm is right behind them in red, just in time for the end of that playoff match. All right, looks like we're ready to see the scores for Robots coming away with that match. They win with a score of 173 to 113. While Alliance 2 moves on in the upper bracket, Alliance 3 isn't out of this yet as they move on down to the lower bracket. All right, back here for our next playoff match. Just back again in the upper bracket. Right now we've got Alliance 1 still in red. There's Alliance 2 down there on the blue side. Red versus blue still, 1 versus 2. But first up, let's welcome back Team 10421. That's the Baldwin-Coated Dragons. Right next to them, let's welcome back Team 33. That's the Killer Bees. And then rounding out the alliance back again, it's your captain's team 9245. That's the Laker Dreadnoughts. Over here on the blue side, going to welcome back Alliance 2 and one of their members, Team 4003. That's the Tri-Sonics. Next to them, we've got your captain's team 1918. That's the NC Gears. And then last but not least, rounding out this alliance, it's team 3875. That's Kentwood Red Storm Robotics. All right, looks like we've got thumbs up around the field. Drivers, behind these lines in 3, 2, 1, go. As right away, now that we've got all 6 of these robots moving so far, as the Killer Bees and the Laker Dreadnoughts are still putting in work over on their reef, as the Killer Bees have 2 pieces of coral on the level 3. Going up, they've got their 3rd one up there for their autonomous. As Alliance 2 only had 1 coral up on their level 4 branches and autonomous, but they are right back at it, fixing that in their driver control period. As Kentwood's Red Storm moving in position. Trying to score once again on the level 4. Quick 1-2 for them. And NC Gears call it 3 for the Tri-Sonics. As they're moving around, they're still scoring and scoring. But the Killer Bees are once again freeing up those scoring spots with that algae, putting it in the net. Going from their coral station to their reef, scoring on the level 4 branches once again, as there's another one in hand. They're moving over once again to the level 4 branches as the Laker Dreadnoughts putting in work on those lower branches as the Killer Bees are scoring high. Their other alliance partner, the Baldwin-Coated Dragons, moving around, processing that algae where they can as the Killer Bees once again put a piece of algae up into the red net for their alliance. As the Red Storm human player over there puts another one into the net. That's 6 and 4 points respectively when that algae gets processed. As NC Gears decide that they want to do the same thing as they put a piece of algae up there themselves. But there's 1 minute and 6 seconds left in this match. And the Dreadnoughts and Bees are completely undefended over here on the Red Alliance side. As they're still putting in work, scoring that coral back and forth, back and forth. They're still holding on to a lead against Alliance 2. But there's still enough reefscape left in this match that Alliance 2 could possibly come back and win this match. As we have Kentwood Red Storm moving around. They've got that piece of coral where they want it. They're moving over, scoring onto the level 2 branches as the Tri-Sonics score on the level 3. NC Gears was trying to move that piece of algae over to their net to score it themselves, but accidentally gifted over to the Baldwin-Coated Dragons. but they fixed that as Gears put one up into the net. The Red Storm human player is filling up that Blue Alliance net going into the last 20 seconds of the match. That's our end game. We're already seeing Trisonics, Dreadnoughts, and the Baldwin Coated Dragons going for attempted deep cage hangs. As the Bees are engaged, they're up. The Baldwin Coated Dragons are up. We have all three Red Alliance robots once again up and hanging on their deep cages for the end of that playoff match. All right, I've got the thumbs up for scores. They take it home as they set a new high score of 260 to a very respectable 191. And as Alliance 1 is our first team headed to our finals here today, Alliance 2 still isn't out of this yet as they get to go down to the lower bracket. All right, back over here for some more playoff matches. We are playing our first match in the lower bracket, which means between Alliance 4 here in red and Alliance 3 over there in blue. Whoever wins gets to keep their playoff hopes alive, and whoever doesn't does get to move on to their next event. That is A-OK, but we still get to play this match and decide who. But first up, we got to meet these teams once again, and welcoming back Team 4422 as the Twisted Angels. Going to welcome back your Alliance 4 captains, Team 9106. Those are the Spires. And then rounding out this alliance, it's Team 4967. It's that one team. Moving on over to the Blue Alliance side. As over here, we're going to introduce the first team on this alliance. It's Team 3357. Those are your Comets. Over here, we got your Alliance 3 captains, Team 9566. That's the Red Storm Rookies. And then last but not least, I know I see their signs up there. It's Team 503. That's the Frog Force. All right, looks like we've got thumbs up around the field. Drivers behind those lines in 3, 2, 1, go. And we've already got some of these robots moving around so far, as both of these alliances do at least have a successful level 4 coral score. But it's the Twisted Angels that are putting themselves ahead by getting that piece of algae up into the net for their alliance. As that one team had enough time to put another piece of coral on the level 4 branches during their autonomous, putting them slightly ahead in the driver control period, as the Red Storm Rookies are trying to fix themselves and absolutely come back to play in this match, as the Frog Force accidentally bottomed themselves out on algae, but they are right back in this match as they're already at their coral station. They've got a piece in hand. Moving over to those level 4 branches, they've got it for their alliance. Smartly moving around that algae so they don't accidentally bottom themselves out again, as they got another piece up there for their alliance on the level 4 branches. But Team 9106 is still moving around, trying to get to their coral station to find the exact right spot where they need. But 4422, the Twisted Angels got that piece of algae in hand. They put it up into the net. That's another 4 points for their alliance. We've got the Comets trying to play defense against all these red robots here, trying to possibly turn one of their coral stations into a bottleneck. But 4967 still moving around, trying to move their end effector, trying to get it in the exact right spot where they want it, hoping that they're not going to break it. But Team 9106, their captains, the Spires, moving in, trying to score down the level 4 branches, sink it. They've got it for their alliance. Twisted Angels once again, moving over, scoring that piece of algae into the net. They accidentally bounce it out of the net. But Team 503, the Frog Force, moving around the Red Storm Rookies, scoring that piece of coral on the level 4 branches. With 38 seconds left, this score is still very close, but it is going in the Blue Alliance Robots' favor. And a little bit of gracious professionalism from the Frog Force puts the Red Storm Rookies in a position where they're at least scoring some endgame parking points for their alliance. And with 22 seconds left, for the one team accidentally bottoms themselves out on a piece of algae. But some last-second coral scores coming out of our Red Alliance robots mean that could potentially put them ahead in this match, as everyone's going to try to get some deep cage hangs. As we have the Twisted Angels going to possibly reach up. They do at least appear to have that for their alliance. The Comets and the Frog Force are just fine with parking underneath their barge for the end of that playoff match. All right, we're ready to see who wins this match, who keeps their playoff hopes alive. We should have scores anyway. Hopefully. Yep, there we go. This match is our Red Alliance robots coming to take this home. It was the 2-point game of 73 to 71. And while Alliance 4 keeps their playoff hopes alive, we must give a huge round of applause and congratulations to all of Alliance 3 for coming out here to Rockford and playing here this weekend. We got their captains, Team 9566, the Red Storm Rookies, Team 503, the Frog Force, and Team 3357, the Comets. All right, having fun with Sweet Caroline. We're already getting rickrolled into our next playoff match. We got Alliance 2 over here. I gotta remember, I'm already phasing out. Alliance 4 over there, still in the lower bracket. Hopefully, one of these teams will win so they can move on. Once again, keep their playoff hopes alive. Whoever loses is moving on to their next event. But first up, before we play that match, we got to reintroduce these teams. And let's welcome back Team 4003. That's the Tri-Sonics. Welcoming back your Alliance captains, Team 1918. That's the NC Gears. And then rounding out this Alliance, it's Team 3875. That's Red Storm Robotics. And then over here on the Blue Alliance side, let's welcome back Team 4422. That's the Twisted Angels. Over here in the center, let's welcome back your captains, Team 9106. Those are the Spires. And then last but not least, rounding out this alliance, your host, it's Team 4967. That one team. All right, looks like we've got thumbs up across the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go. So now already we got at least the Twisted Angel score in that piece of coral on the level 4 branches for their alliance, as the Tri-Sonics and the NC Gears do the same for their Red Alliance reef. As going into our driver control period now, we've got these robots already going back to their scoring ways, as that one team grabbing that piece of coral from the floor that they dropped earlier, right alongside 9106, trying to score those level 4 coral once again, as 9106 successfully puts that up. That one team deciding they want to move to a different spot of the reef as they decide to put it in the level 1 trough for their alliance. But both NC Gears and the Twisted Angels trying to score those pieces of algae into the net for their alliance, but it's NC Gears that are successful 1, 2, 3 times in a row so far, as it looks like they're going to collect another piece of coral alongside both the Tri-Sonics and Red Storm Robotics, as this Red Alliance is almost done with clearing out the level 4 branches of their reef, as it looks like the NC Gears are going to do it completely cleared out. Almost one more. Now they got it cleared out for their Red Alliance, as Red Storm, they have another piece of coral in hand, right from their coral station, looking to start scoring on those lower levels of the reef, as NC Gears once again going to score that piece of algae into the net for their alliance, as that one team has moved over to the other side to try to play some defense against both the Tri-Sonics and NC Gears, but both of these red robots are undeterred by the defense of 4967, as they are still moving around. But as I say that, that one team is playing some good defense against the Tri-Sonics, forcing them to waste that time to go over to the other side, as that is some very nice defense happening still from that one team moving over to that side. But only 30 seconds left, and Alliance 4 is still at quite a deficit, but they still have time to possibly come back and win this match, as the Twisted Angels tried to process that piece of algae for their alliance just before our endgame period starts, as now we're going to see if any of these robots can get any potential deep cage hangs, as the Twisted Angels are trying to get in position alongside that one team. As your host team is up, we have the Angels trying to do the same. We have NC Gears and the Tri-Sonics already locked in for a potential deep cage hang just in time before the end of that lower bracket match. All right, looks like we're ready to see those scores. Let's see who's takes the last one in the finals, and it's Alliance 2 as our next finalist team, as they win with a score of 180 to 70. And while Alliance 2 is moving on to face Alliance 1 in the finals, we must also give a huge round of applause to all of Alliance 4 for coming out to Rockford and playing here this weekend. We got your captains, Team 9106 Aspires, Team 4967 That One Team, and Team 4422 the Twisted Angels.
I've been informed that there is a T-shirt at Pit Admin. It is green. So if you think that's your T-shirt, please head over to Pit Admin. Thank you. All right, welcome to the finals. This is our first finals match. Let me hear some noise for the finals. There we go.
We got Alliance 1 over here in red and Alliance 2 over there in blue.
Let's get started with our Red Alliance. So, first up, we have Team 10421.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
And in the middle, we have Team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
And we have Team rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 9245.
Their Alliance captains from Pigeon, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
Going across to our Blue Alliance, we have Team 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Trisonics.
And in the middle, we have Team 1918.
From Newaygo County, it's NC Gears.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 3875.
From Kentwood, it's Red Storm Robotics.
All right, let's get this first final match started. Drivers behind the line, let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
So already starting off our first finals match, Alliance 1 is already quickly out to the jump for scoring those pieces of coral on their reef as the Laker Dreadnoughts are taking care of that coral down low. The Killer Bees have possibly enough time to put 4 pieces of coral on the level 4 branches of the Red Alliance reef, as that puts them out to a pretty good lead right now over Alliance 2, but that's nothing that they can't overcome, as the Killer Bees are already putting algae into the net for their Alliance. As 10421, the Baldwin Coated Dragons are already moving to the Alliance 2 side to go play some defense against their Alliance, as the Trisonics put a piece of coral up on the level 4 branches for their reef, as NC Gears looking to do the same. Reach up, send it, they've got it for their Alliance. Trisonics right behind them for a possible quick 1-2, as the NC Gears successfully put that piece of algae up into their net. They drop it once again. That's 2 up there for each Alliance so far, as NC Gears looking to put another one. That's 3 up into the blue net. Trisonics once again putting in work over there for those blue coral pieces on the level 4 branches, as the defense from the Baldwin Coated Dragons is doing very much when both of these Blue Alliance robots are not bottlenecking each other for the other coral station, as they decide to move back and forth, handshake from their coral station over to their reef. 1 minute and 2 seconds left in this match, and Alliance 1 is just barely holding on to a lead, as Alliance 2 is still coming in this match. They're keeping it close enough for our Alliances, as the Laker Dreadnoughts still putting those pieces of coral up low. We have the Killer Bees trying to put one down high, but that is A-okay, as they're right back at it for another piece of coral. Going to move that piece of algae out of the way, score it on the level 2 branches. They got it. The Bees move once again, put that piece of algae up into the red net for their Alliance, as the defense from 3875 is starting to create a bottleneck for our Red Alliance robots, trying to get those pieces of coral, as the Bees accidentally missed that attempt. 20 seconds left. We are now in our end game period, and this is a very close match between our Alliances, 134-39 in red versus 128 in blue. We're going to see if these robots can get any possible deep cage hangs for their Alliance, as the Baldwin Coated Dragons are looking to get up, but the Trisonics are already up. The Killer Bees and the Laker Dreadnoughts trying to do the same for their Alliance, as the Bees almost had enough time to get up and hanging on those deep cages for their first finals match. All right, looks like we've got those scores for our finals match. Blue and blue, and that's Alliance 1 that takes our first finals match. As they win with a score of 153 to 148. That was a very close match between our alliances here, as Alliance 1 takes the first win, but Alliance 2 still isn't out of this yet, as the finals are a best 2 out of 3, but they do need to win the next 2 matches if they want to become champions here today. All right, so we're coming back here for finals 2. This could potentially be our last match of the event here today. If you remember from several minutes ago, Alliance 1 here in red, they did take our first playoff match. It was close. Alliance 2 is close. They're still down nothing. It's still a best 2 out of 3. So if Alliance 2 does want to be the champions here this weekend, they have to beat Alliance 1 2 times in a row. If Alliance 1 wins here, they are the champions. Let's meet our teams again.
All right, so I'm pretty sure we already know our teams for this second finals match, but let's reintroduce them. First up on our Red Alliance, we have 10421.
From Baldwin, Michigan, they're the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
And in the middle, we have Team 33.
From Auburn Hills, they're the Killer Bees.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 9245.
From Pigeon, they're the Laker Dreadnoughts.
And across the field here, we have Team 4003.
From Allendale, they're the Tri-Sonics.
Next to them, we have Team 1918.
From Newaygo County, they're the NC Gears.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, we have Team 3875.
From Kentwood, it's Red Storm Robotics.
All right, before we start this second final match, who thinks that the Red Alliance is going to win this match and take home the championship? All right, who thinks the Blue Alliance still has a fighting chance? Wow. Let's try that again, Red Alliance. Do you think you're going to take this home today? I don't know. The Blue Alliance seems like they're ready to take it. Well, I guess we'll just have to find out here. We've got thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines, let's get this second finals match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So already at the start of finals 2, we only have one coral scored on the level 4 branches for 4003 so far, as NC Gears accidentally missed, but it's the Killer Bees that are right back at it, going to score their third piece of coral up there for their alliance. As we already have the Laker Dreadnoughts back at it, going from their coral station right away as they dislodge that piece of algae to open up those scoring positions. As the Killer Bees are right back at it with that piece of algae, they send it up into the net. They've got it for their alliance. As Alliance 2, they still need to come back. They got another piece of coral up on the level 4 branches, courtesy of 4003, 1918 NC Gears. They're right behind them, though, as 10421 decides to go and play some defense against our Blue Alliance robots again. 4003 accidentally drops that last attempted coral score on the level 4 branches, but they're right back at it again, trying to find the exact right position for where they want to put that coral. They've got it once again for their alliance. NC Gears dislodge that piece of algae and try to put that piece of coral down at the same time. They're in position now that they've got it for their alliance. Trisonics right behind is a quick 1-2. Alliance 1 is slowly pulling away with this game, though, as the Laker Dreadnoughts and the Killer Bees and the Baldwin Coated Dragons are scoring all that algae and coral, as the defense from 3875 Kentwood Red Storm wasn't affecting the Red Alliance very much, as they decide to go help out their alliance by going to their coral station to possibly score that coral, as they're right back at it, turning it around. 55 seconds left, going to put it on the level 4 branches alongside the Trisonics. A quick 1-2, courtesy of that Blue Alliance in 2. But once again, it's the Killer Bees going to score that piece of coral on the level 4 branches as the Dreadnoughts move it to scoring on the level 3. But the defense from NC Gears, they are undeterred, but they're still running back and forth. Some decent defense from them, but it's the Killer Bees' nice driving skills that move around that defense, going to score that piece of coral on those branches once again. 24 seconds left, and the Red Alliance is absolutely pulling away with this match, as we have 15 seconds that stands between them and being champions today. as the Killer Bees once again put that LG up into the net. We have these robots attempting deep cage hangs as NC Gears appears to be up. Trisonics is up. Killer Bees are up. The Laker Dreadnoughts are also up. Just in time for finals match number 2. All right, we're ready to see those scores. Finals match number 2, Alliance 1 are your champions here today as they take it home with a score of 237 to Alliance 2's 135. And while Alliance 1 are our champions here, we must also give a huge round of applause and congratulations to all of Alliance 2 for coming out to Rockford and playing here today. You got your captains, Team 1918 NC Gears, Team 4003 the Trisonics, and Team 3875 Red Storm Robotics. But we must also congratulate your champions here this weekend for their good 2-0. Their captains, Team 9245 the Laker Dreadnoughts, Team 33 the Killer Bees, and Team 10421 the Baldwin Coated Dragons.
All right, congratulations, teams. We have trophies down here for our winning alliance teams. And we will have those team numbers in just a moment here. But please send a representative from your team to come get it. You don't need your whole team to come down here. Just 1 or 2 people from your team. We will announce the team numbers in just a moment. But if you're a part of the winning alliance, please come on down for your trophies. Our winning teams are 92, 45, 33, and 10421. Please come claim your trophies. All right, now in light of the way we are doing this tournament, we have a special award down here for the flashiest robot, the most lit up robot. And that award goes to 4003 Trisonic. So please come down to the table here and come get your brightest idea award. You all did great today. This is amazing. And then to anyone who is available to please help tear down the field, we would greatly appreciate it. So if you can stick around for just a couple minutes and help take something down off the field, that would be much appreciated. We hope that you all had fun. I know I had lots of fun, and I'm pretty sure the whole team did. All the volunteers did. And just thank you all for coming, and safe travels.
Okay, if you're helping tear down the field, please see Jason over here waving his arms. He will give you tasks to do, and thank you very much for helping.